Hello, everybody. You are listening to Through Time and Clades. My name is Albert.
And I'm Joan.
Yes, and we are back again with another new episode. Although not another news episode, we just did that. This week we have a very interesting episode, we think. But before we get started, how have you been doing since the last time?
I've been doing pretty well. I've mainly been working on the website. I'm close to halfway done with my kind of section on
Exciting.
humanity of prologue, and it's been really nice reading up on all the paleoanthropology literature again. Um, Everything from the new anatomical studies to taxonomic debates, which are always prominent. It's always funny, like when things time just right.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to write about Homo naledi, and a paper just dropped
Wow.
this week. They have a description of the juvenile pelvis,
Ah,
so
cool.
I'll be able to incorporate that into the website. So I'm definitely excited about that. But not a whole lot to report. I know over the course of this YouTube series, I've talked about my family's progress on the land and this house that they're trying to build. And, if all the cards are on the table just right, we might actually have a date that we're actually going to be finally breaking ground and building the foundation and skeleton of this house. So that may be next week, as of recording this episode, of
Hmm.
course. So we're all very excited, and it can't come soon enough. We've had plenty of delays, and I think we're definitely ready for some action. But that's really been the big things that I've been into. What about you, Albert?
Yeah, I don't have too much new to report since our last episode. Yeah, I mean, obviously, with the last one, it was kind of announcing that I had passed my PhD Viva. That was pretty big news. But since then, things have mostly settled down a bit. I've kind of gotten back into continuing work on my research because yeah, just because you passed your PhD Viva doesn't mean you're finished with everything, or at least if you want to get it all published, sometimes you still need some to do some extra work. So I've been working on that. Um, but yeah, otherwise not too much new. Um, I am way behind on our website work. Yeah, I still have not finished the first part of my section, but I think moving forward, I really am going to like make time to start working more on the website. I'm really excited to do it. I think I've just been delayed long enough when it comes to like doing a lot of stuff for it. Yeah, I will actually fingers crossed be making progress on it in the near future. Um, but otherwise, I don't think I really have much news to say. However, I guess we do want to mention that something really exciting came out recently. In fact, the same week as we're recording this, um, that is kind of relevant to something we discussed in our last episode, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah. So the last time we talked about the teaser for the new BBC production Prehistoric Planet, which again is part of the sort of the Planet franchise that the BBC is known for. These big landmark documentary series, usually narrated by Sir David Attenborough, and so this is going to be an addition to that, where Attenborough narrates life at the end of the Cretaceous period, and it's all photorealistic dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals living their lives, and with recreations of their behavior and lifestyles. And we had a lot of really positive things to say about it because it looked absolutely gorgeous and basically like what we were hoping for years and years and years at this point. And all of our friends and good people that we know are working on it, which is an added bonus. Well, this week the official trailer dropped, so it's a full 2 minutes of additional information from the series. And yeah, I mean, not to kind of repeat ourselves too much, it looks amazing, and there is so much to like, and there are so many fascinating animals that are getting their time in the limelight, and I think many of them probably for the first time. just
Probably, yeah.
based on some of the speculation around,
Mhm.
because um, it's kind of at this point where so Darren Naish is one of the people working on the show, good friend of ours. Take a drink, and he cannot necessarily reveal the identity of the different animals in this trailer just yet.
Right.
Um, I guess beyond a few basic ones that I think are pretty obvious from the get go. And that's the thing. Like the ones that we know, like so Dinocyrus shows up, and there's Carnotaurus and Tyrannosaurus, of course. But there are others that are like throwing people off
Hmm.
because either like the location implies something different from what people were expecting, or it's such kind of it's kind of an animal that's not really depicted a lot, that it could really represent anything really. um, so we're kind of all trying to figure out, okay, which animal is this, which animal is that, um, and that's been really kind of fun to see. And I've been really loving the response because, like, yeah, really for the most part, I'd say 99.5% of the response to this has been just overwhelmingly positive.
Hmm.
Just excitement and joy and tears and all of this good stuff.
Yeah.
Watched a bunch of reaction videos to this, and people were crying, and people were overjoyed, and even the casual dinosaur fans, not necessarily the nerds, but the ones who enjoy dinosaurs, even they're like, "Woo, this is awesome!" So I think if we just kind of keep this momentum up for the remainder of the month and then into May when this airs, um, hopefully this can make the waves that it needs,
Hmm.
because I can certainly say this, it hasn't even the show hasn't even dropped yet, and already we're all thinking about where this could go, like future series. And um, yeah, I think this has a lot of potential, don't you think?
Oh, yes, I absolutely agree. I don't have too much new to add to what I already said last time, but yeah, I loved seeing the trailer. Like so many new shots and very intriguing animals on display, and like yeah, just about all of it looks like scientifically plausible, and it really brings in a lot of the really interesting and important and influential ideas that have really been put forth in the science of dinosaur paleontology in the you know last decade or more. Um, so no, I'm super excited. Definitely one of the things that made me most excited was that this trailer confirmed that there would be alvarezsaurs in the trailer, and,
Woo!
in the show that is. And if you're not familiar with alvarezsaurs, they are what my avatar is for the show, as well as pretty much everywhere else on the internet. They are a group of very small theropod dinosaurs from the very specialized ones, the ones that are similar to my avatar, are mostly from the late Cretaceous. And they are known for a number of very unusual features. And when I say small, they're like from the size of a pigeon to like a turkey or so. So yeah, within the size of like modern birds today. They were fairly bird-like, but they weren't as closely related to birds as things like Velociraptor and Deinonychus were. But they were small-feathered theropods with a generally kind of bird-like form. But yeah, lots of unusual features like the very short forelimbs tipped with a very large single claw on the thumb of each hand. And yeah, we've talked about alvarezsaurs pretty extensively before in previous episodes, so I won't belabor the point too much. But I'm super excited that they're in there. In fact, there are two shots in the trailer where you can see them. There's one where you see a very small one, like kind of sprinting away from out of the way of a giant sauropod, so it doesn't get stepped on. And there's another shot where you see like an entire herd of sauropods and duck-billed dinosaurs moving across the landscape. But in the foreground, you see some alvarezsaurs running by, and you can tell they're all alvarezsaurs because they show like the tiny little arms, and yeah, the profile is pretty unmistakable, even though like they're not the focus of the shot. So yeah, it's super cool. I can't wait to see how they're depicted in the show proper. Even if it's just like a bit part, I'll be happy. Yeah, it's a. Elvis was actually half featured in some paleo documentaries before, like they were in Dinosaur Planet and Chased by Dinosaurs. But this, I think, will definitely be the certainly the best looking and probably most scientifically accurate allosaurs to be put to screen to date. So yeah, super excited to see what they're like in there, and of course seeing all the other animals too. There's so many wonderful scenes and images in that trailer. We'll definitely put it in the description for everybody else to check out if you haven't already. And yeah, I'm super excited. But beyond that, I guess, do you have anything else to add before we jump into our main subject?
Well, it just so happens that right now, at the time of recording, it's Earth Day.
That's right.
So,
Yes.
for those of you who will be tuning into this, happy belated Earth Day. Um, yeah, this is a holiday that it's not like I decorate the whole house and,
Hmm.
and throw a huge party or anything, but like I like to, take the time to, enjoy the wonders of the natural world. And so
Hmm.
usually what I do is I watch a bunch of nature documentaries, usually with a conservation angle to it. So like the main thing that I usually do is I watch Racing Extinction,
Hmm.
which
Yeah. Hmm.
came out a few years ago by the Discovery Channel, which is a very personal journey for the filmmakers and like kind of the biodiversity crisis and like
Hmm.
kind of what goes on and the defaunation of the world and what they're trying to do to raise awareness of this. And it's generally very good. Um, and so this time around, I watched A Life on Our Planet again, which was David Attenborough's witness statement, if you will, to the environmental crisis, which is also generally pretty good.
Hmm. Hmm.
I have my thoughts about that. I'm sure we've talked about it before on here. But yeah, just like to kind of to take some time to reflect on the state of the world and
Hmm. Hmm.
look at the progress that we've been making, and also just kind of like how much more we still need to do
Yeah. Hmm.
to make things right. And yeah, it's definitely a big holiday for me
Hmm. Hmm.
personally.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's kind of
Absolutely.
what I've been doing today. Now, I understand if y'all couldn't already tell from our title slide here, Albert, we got a very we teased this a little bit last time. We got a very unique review this time around.
Yeah, quite an unusual one. But precisely because of that, we figured it could make a very interesting episode. And I guess, sort of growing up, we've spent most of our lives with access to the internet, right? Um, and things on the internet move quickly, and websites can change or become defunct at the drop of a hat, really. And even though we have access to tools such as the Wayback Machine, which is super useful and helped us a lot with this episode, where we can sometimes do some pretty good internet archaeology and dig up a lot of these old materials that might have since been lost otherwise. We kind of still lose something when websites go down and they're they're not completely preserved in other formats. Um, so it happens that a lot of the early websites that we used to spend time on uh, during our formative years, you could say, have since either stopped updating or stopped being accessible online or both. And we figured that since these websites have been sort of so influential to our own development as enthusiasts and scholars of natural history, particularly in this case paleontology, we decided we would like to kind of shine a spotlight and sort of reminisce on our experiences with some of these old websites that have been lost to time. And I know there has been perhaps increasing interest in lost media and things like that. And since paleontology websites are such a niche kind of um, uh, corner of the internet, we figured we could help do our part in preserving the memories of some of these websites, and so that in large part is much of the motivation for this episode. So yes, we are going to do a review, or I don't know, more at least a trip down memory lane of some of the most influential paleontology websites that we personally used to spend time on, and yeah, I think this will be very interesting. How about you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, my goodness. I mean, as far back as I could remember, when we had our Windows 95
Hmm.
with the dial-up internet that we couldn't use at the same time as the phones, and it
Right.
was so. Oh my gosh, time has flown basically.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, I mean, as far back as I can remember, I mean, I was hitting up a lot of these websites and having a good time, and building my paleo knowledge where my little personal library was lacking. Um, because yeah, I mean, if I wanted to learn about dinosaurs, I had four options basically. I could read whatever I had at home, and that was either usually hand me down thrift books or the newest thing that I really wanted and I got for Christmas or something, right? I could wait for a documentary on TV, which usually was Walking with Dinosaurs or something along those lines. I could go on a museum trip, and those were kind of few and far between. I've not been to many of the great natural history museums. Still, I'm trying to remedy that, but I had good fortune to go to a couple of them, including the American Museum of Natural History in New York and Smithsonian, of course. That's always fun. Or I could go online and see what kind of paleo media there was there. And usually the newest stuff I would learn was from websites like these because they would be updated regularly, and I could see news websites of like the latest finds, and also just kind of engage in more simple pursuits. Like I wanted to play a dinosaur game, and it's a game there that I can play. So yeah, definitely a lot of nostalgia in like a proper sense, you know, to a lot of the websites that we're going to be talking about today. And yeah, Albert's right. This is kind of more of a trip down memory lane. This is not going to be like, the encyclopedic oral history of paleontology on the internet because we have neither the time nor the resources to do that, although we
Right.
certainly could. And again, like these are really more of the websites that we, just to reiterate, like that we, personally use. Now, there are certainly plenty of others,
Yep.
and I can imagine there'll probably be a few on here that you will recognize and others that you're like, well, why didn't you cover this?
Yes.
Well, because, I mean, one, there's only so much time that we have to do an episode like this. And two, I mean, yeah, we may have been aware of certain sites, but we may have, focused on some more than others. And this is a very, I guess you can say it's an idiosyncratic collection of online sites that we have liked. And we're going to do our best to kind of summarize a little bit about their origins and their creators and whatnot. But for the most part, this is going to be kind of like a description of like what these websites were like and our experiences and memories with them. So that sounds pretty good. What do you think, Albert?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I guess if you like, we can go ahead and jump right in.
Yeah, sounds good. Um, so, uh, before we really jump into kind of the websites that we are particularly familiar with, um, like you said, there are like a lot of websites out there that have gone defunct over the years, and many of them are paleontology websites, and um, a lot of these we are aware were very influential to at least in the niche corner of paleontological community online. However, we personally might not have had as much firsthand experience with them, and so we cannot really speak much as to, at least as much as to what they were like or their overall history or anything like that. And so we're probably just gonna, mention a few of these websites as honorable mentions for now. So essentially, these websites were in a sense before our time, even if they technically were not necessarily like obviously we were using the internet when these websites were active, but yeah, we just didn't really come across them in time for them to really feature strongly in our own development perhaps. But I am aware that many people did have formative experiences on these websites, and so we mentioned just two here, but I'm well aware that there are several others and that would fit the same mold. But just a couple here as examples that I have at least some inkling of what they were like, and a little bit about like their influence on the paleontology community. Yeah, do you have any detailed information about the brief history of these websites and who might have run them?
Sure. So the first one here is the Dinosauricon. Now, this began in 1995, and it was basically created by Mike Kesey. Now, some of you may know Mike Kesey.
He'll come up
According
again.
to his, yeah, he is according to his Twitter, he is a software engineer, an illustrator who occasionally dabbles in evolutionary biology. And he put together the Dinosauricon as sort of a collection of dinosaur information and illustrations from a wide range of places. In fact, it was basically an ongoing project throughout its entire run. Like, there were many parts of the site that were still unfinished, for example, but they were slowly getting there. And like one of the big primary parts of this website was its art gallery. So there was a subsection that kind of highlighted a bunch of paleo artists at the time and examples of their work. And there's quite a few here that you might recognize, and others who you might recognize more for their paleontological work than their illustrations necessarily, which is kind of an interesting thing. As I understand from our conversations, Albert, being a paleontologist sometimes means you have to be a fairly competent artist, especially if you want to illustrate the specimens that you're studying. Does that sound about right?
It can certainly help. Yep.
Oh yeah. So for example, just kind of a quick list here. So we have Pete Buchholz, Ken Carpenter, Scott Hartman, Jamie Hedden,
Yeah.
Matt Martinoik, um, among many others. They contributed their work to this website, and you could see various pieces that they had done for both popular and scholarly media. And that was kind of like a really neat way to kind of see, like, who's who in the field, for example. And looking back on it now, it's kind of funny because some of these artists and researchers have definitely changed since this time. I think the most notable example was Scott Hartman, who he's done a lot of skeletals. So he was not the pioneer of this method. This goes all the way back to Charles Knight, but basically he would make a skeletal of a dinosaur, all the bones that are known, or like a complete reconstruction based upon speculation in part. And then you have the black outline around it of just the skin impressions, so you can kind of get an idea of like what the animal looked like with the flesh on the bones, so to speak. And with a lot of his early work, he had kind of followed a similar model to Greg Paul, who was one who really popularized this method of art from Charles Knight and applied it to prehistoric animals like dinosaurs. And so, like, for example, like a lot of the posing that Scott Hartman uses, characteristic running with the foot in the air, mouth
Yeah.
open, arms out kind of pose, he was doing a little bit of that too. Whereas nowadays, if you look at Scott Hartman's work, you can see more neutral poses,
Yep.
maybe like kind of casual walking instead of running, as well as like a little bit more of a diversity of skeletal poses, for example. And so, like, keep in mind, like, this was all the way back in the 90s when he was doing a lot of these. So it's really fun to see that progression, especially since Scott Hartman is still very much active, as are a lot of these artists and paleontologists. But unfortunately, of course, the Dinosauricon is no longer active. In fact, by about 2008, Mike Kesey announced that he was going to end the site because, as many things happened, life got in the way. And there's also the fact that the host service that was like that kind of kept the site going just shut it down one day. It's like, oh, okay, I guess I was planning on ending it, but it ended itself. So there's that. But yeah, no, this is definitely a really interesting website to kind of look through. I definitely remember hearing about it. Of course, it's an iconic name. It's the
Yeah.
Dinosaur icon.
Yeah.
You hear it and you remember it forever. But I definitely don't remember browsing on it very much. And I can imagine it was probably because a lot of it was unfinished. In fact, I think when we were looking through it to research for this episode, there were several sections that were like they were so unfleshed out that they were very confusing. Like at one point, there was like a name index that had all these dinosaur genera. Like, okay, cool. And then there was like species names by themselves in alphabetical order. And it was very confusing to look at this because it's like, oh, you're searching for species by their species name, but like that same like those words are shared
Hmm.
among many different dinosaurs. So you have um Ajax over and over
Right,
again.
right.
It's like five dinosaurs that share that species name. Um, but it is what it is. Do you have any thoughts about the Dinosauricon, Albert?
Yeah, yeah. I guess I imagine the name thing might have been like Mike Kesey trying to uh, take phylogenetic nomenclature to its logical conclusion, and not going with the Linnaean system at all. So just kind of referring to species by just like their species. But like you said, that can make for a somewhat confusing organization. And yeah, there were like parts of the website that seemed, at least from what we could make out on using archive, that is the Wayback Machine, that seemed to be unfinished. And yeah, no, that was somewhat apparent. And yeah, my experiences are probably fairly similar to yours. I'd heard of the Dinosauricon. The name is definitely very familiar. I know a lot of people have fond memories of it. Um, but I personally, I do have vague memories of like browsing some of the sections. Like the Paleo Artist Gallery did look quite familiar to me. Um, but other than that, yeah, I don't think I spent too much time on this website, which is why it is currently in honorable mentions, and not not being given a section of his own on this episode. But no, nonetheless, obviously very influential to the early days of paleo internet. Um, paleo internet. I guess that could refer to either like early days of the internet itself, or like the paleontology community on the internet.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, I'm probably gonna use paleo internet as shorthand, but for here just because it's easy to say. But yeah, keep that in mind. But yeah, no, I can see why it was so influential. And I mean, as we will mention later, the good news is that Mike Kesey is still very much active in the paleontology community, even though he is not by profession a paleontologist himself. He has contributed a lot of great resources, and made a lot of really interesting and worked on a lot of really interesting projects that are relevant to paleontology even to this day. So even though the Dinosauricon is no more, its legacy very much lives on.
Absolutely. And so this is the second website here. This is Dino Data. So this began in 1999, and this was by Fred Bervois, who was a dinosaur enthusiast. So unfortunately, I've not been able to find a lot of information on Fred beyond this. Um, so I don't know if he actually like went to higher schooling to like become a paleontologist or not. It's kind of one of these things about internet archaeology. Sometimes you can find the information you need, sometimes you can't, and you kind of have to work with what you got. But Fred certainly made a name for himself, like many paleontologists have by making this website. So Dino Data is pretty much exactly as it sounds. It is a facts and figures website where you can search for dinosaurs by their name or by their time and place, even going into like the country or the geologic formation that the fossils were found in. And you get about, the most up-to-date information and statistics on these animals as you can. What parts of the skeleton are known, for example, or what was the paleoecology like, or what was the publication history of these animals. So, like right from the start, it sounded like a very thorough and engaging resource, and covered quite a lot of animals, and also featured a very nice art gallery as well. In fact, it was apparently so well known that it won many awards and recommendations. If you can kind of see in the corner there's a little part of the site
Yep.
in the homepage that kind of highlighted this. So, like the BBC, SciTech, um, definitely gave them big kudos. And also, many paleontologists as well gave their thumbs up to the site. Peter Dotson, for example, had mentioned that it was better than a book as far as information went. And even Mark Norell of the American Museum of Natural History, he left a comment on the site basically saying it was great. And so, I mean, that's about as high praise as you can get from a paleontologist,
Mhm,
which kind of goes to show, like, when you put your mind to something, like putting the literature together in one place, you can really make a convenient and helpful resource for a lot of people. Um, that's kind of like one of the great things about many of these paleontology websites that we're going to talk about is that they were free.
yep.
You wanted the latest scoop on Nodosaurus. Well, there it was. You didn't have to subscribe to a journal necessarily, or pay out of pocket to drive to a museum. You could just read up about it here
Right.
and get your information. But again, like the Dinosauricon, Dino Data had its day, and so by 2017, it seems the site was basically done. Um, Navigating this for our research purposes was kind of weird because at some point, I guess Fred made a forum for Dino Data that people could comment on, and we weren't able to really get any information on like when the forum began or kind of like what was the status of that. But it seems by 2017, all of that activity had kind of fallen by the wayside. And so for now, we don't. I'm not. We're not really sure. What is the fate of Fred Bervois and his paleontology journey?
Mm.
But I certainly hope that it continued.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. What do you think, Albert?
Yeah, I would say that I probably had more experience with this website than I did with the Dinosauricon. Not by a whole lot, but definitely I definitely do remember a bit better. Because sometimes I would be searching up like certain obscure dinosaurs, and like this would be the only website I could access at the time that had any information about them. And so yeah, I do remember at least some parts of this website fairly well. And yes, the forum, I was never actually on it myself, but I do know that it was one of the most influential, perhaps, kind of online paleo communities or community circles out there in its heyday. I know like many, I guess you could say, veterans of like the paleo internet who used to spend a lot of time on there and had a lot of interesting conversations. With other like-minded people. Something else notable, like sort of about, I guess, the quote-unquote decline of this website is that I think like very late in the game, it didn't become paywalled, but I think at one point, like towards the end of its life, because Dino Data is not accessible anymore at the moment. Yet you can only go find the original kind of version of it by Wayback Machine. Um, at some point towards the end of its life, I think you had to actually make an account to see a lot of the information on there, which is like, I mean,
Mm.
it's not the end of the world, but yeah, it did kind of sort of add a bit of a barrier to what was originally a completely open and free website. And yeah, I think shortly after that, it actually closed down for real.
Yeah. I guess I should mention just as an aside. This was definitely a website that I did not really know about in my early days. So again, like we're talking about like the websites that you know appeal to the two of us. Yeah, I really only learned about this when you had told me about it.
Right. Yeah.
To be honest, but it definitely feels like something that I would have really jumped into had I known about it.
Right.
Which again is kind of a shame that I missed it when it was in its heyday. But
Mm-hmm.
the fact again that the Internet Archive and the Wayback has been able to kind of save most of it, and like yeah, like when you use that, like the site is still very accessible. It's definitely more complete than the Dinosauricon ended up being in terms of finding information. So I suppose if you wanted to use it as a resource, you still could. But as I'm sure we'll talk about later, like there are now other means to do so that would probably supersede Dino Data by substantial amounts. Um, but yeah, so these are sort of our honorable mentions. But from here on out, the websites will definitely become more personal and more familiar to the two of us
Mhm.
as we go. So does that sound good?
Yeah, indeed. So,
Awesome.
yeah, let's go on to the next slide and finally introduce like some of the websites that were actually like really formative to us, and we probably spent a lot of time on, literally hours and hours and hours of time on. And so, the first of all, I think we have to start off with the Walking with franchise websites.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Walking with series, I don't think needs a major introduction.
Hmm.
This is a landmark natural history series that started in 1999,
Yep.
I believe, with Walking with Dinosaurs. And basically what we talked about with Prehistoric Planet is essentially what was started with Walking with Dinosaurs.
Hmm.
Jurassic Park had just come out, and the technology was there to combine photorealistic backgrounds with CGI dinosaurs that were of a quality that could match with those backgrounds. And so they made Walking with Dinosaurs and filmed it in a lot of locations and just kind of told a general natural history of dinosaurs up till the end of the Mesozoic era. And I mean, this was really the one that started it all, because I think most paleo documentaries can trace their influences, at least in the 21st century. They can trace their influences to the show,
Hmm.
for better or for worse. Because if you look at dinosaur documentaries and paleo documentaries from before Walking with Dinosaurs, well, they were of basically a whole different caliber. I
Hmm.
mean, even besides the fact that they were traditionally animated, with cells, for example, um, there was a different tone. Like, there was less a need to show these animals in their environment as animals than it was to kind of describe how we learned about them and like what the science has been done, and sort of like what we can learn about their anatomy and behavior from fossils. But with Walking with Dinosaurs, there was a lot of room for speculation based on living animals to kind of try to flesh out further, like what dinosaurs and pterosaurs and friends might have behaved and looked like. And so that was definitely controversial, as I understand it. In fact, I think you can probably still find like review articles from that time where people were actually complaining that the show was too speculative, and that format of trying to mimic a natural history documentary would give the impression that, oh well, you're stating as fact that this dinosaur behaved like this, when we
Hmm.
don't actually know that. Well, it's of course it is kind of a funny conversation, because like you kind of have to expect that going into it, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, obviously we can't know everything about a given dinosaur, but you can fill in the gaps reasonably with certain behaviors to kind of make a coherent story like this. But yeah, definitely, like, from this, then the dinosaur documentaries that followed it didn't always follow the same formula. I think very few have tried to just go straight with, this is a nature documentary,
Hmm.
and like many of them will include CGI dinosaurs in nature, but mostly it'll have like the talking heads and the behind the scenes kind of stuff, and the CGI sections would be more of a bonus than the actual focus
Right.
of the show. So that was what Walking with Dinosaurs started. Now, of course, the franchise itself continued on from there. So, like by 2001, there was Walking with Beasts, which was about the Cenozoic era and the so-called Age of Mammals. And they did Walking with Cavemen, which was about paleoanthropology. And then there was um, the Chased by Dinosaurs
Hmm.
little spin-offs, but with the wildlife biologist Nigel Marvin, who is well loved today, where he kind of goes back in time to kind of meet certain animals and satisfy his curiosity. So, for example, this funny looking dude on the top here, that's Therizinosaurus. That was a theropod dinosaur with very large claws, which looked ferocious, but I mean, this animal was probably a herbivore, the best that we know. So like for example, Nigel Marven would go and find the giant claw. So he had like this fossil claw. Like, what did this animal look like? I gotta go and find it. And so he would go off and have kind of wacky adventures with the dinosaurs, and it was really cool. And then they essentially put a cap on this franchise by releasing Walking with Monsters, which, as you might guess, was about the Paleozoic era, and that it was definitely a more streamlined documentary because like all the previous ones, except for the Chased by series, like they would have each episode focus on like one individual animal and they would go off on its adventure. But Walking with Monsters was very, I guess, it was very thematic. It would kind of trace the evolution of vertebrates through time, and they would move very quickly from place to place, often in the same episode. So you didn't really get to spend as much time with Hycoichthyes than you did with an Allosaurus, for example.
Right.
And so, of course, like that whole studio made a bunch of other series. Primeval, of course, is I guess technically counts as a child of Walking with Dinosaurs. But yes, it's basically a long way of saying that they had a companion website to the Walking with series as they aired, and this was definitely like a well-known and beloved website for a lot of paleo folks. I definitely spent much time on here. And so like what you could do, if you could kind of tell from the image on the left, this is from the Walking with Dinosaurs site as it looked back in the day. You could click on a certain section that was based on an episode of the series and kind of read a little bit more about it, read about the animals. They had these cool little fact files with each animal that you could like look close up at certain features and kind of learn about the anatomy. So that's where the Therizinosaurus image comes from. These kind of black backgrounds with the animal's model firmly in the center. And you can still find a lot of these if you look up Walking with Dinosaurs, Torosaurus, for example. You'll probably find them because they've all been saved.
Yeah.
And you could do that. So you could learn about the animals and learn about the environment. And there's also like a news section, for example. But definitely one of the highlights of this, and we'll get to that in time, were the games. There were a lot of games and multimedia on these websites that you could spend a lot of time with. But basically just kind of round it out before I pass it over to you, Albert. The website launched fairly soon after the show had aired. So I think we were able to like look up the information on this. So there was I think there was like a delay in putting the website out.
Right.
And it wasn't until 2000 that the website actually launched. So there's a couple months gap between like the show's premiere and the website itself. But it was basically contemporaneous with the show. And then, of course, when Walking with Beasts came out, they made a separate page.
Right.
Also with games, and much the same sort of thing that they were doing on the Walking with. So and that was around for a surprisingly short period of time. What we learned, and it's funny because it seemed like this website was always there when I used it.
Yeah, right.
It was always a presence. So it's to kind of learn that in its original guise, was only around for like 5 years. So by 2005, it got an update, and then in 2010, it got updated again. And so now I think the website is still technically there, but a lot of this that we grew up with is just not there anymore. It's more of like it's an average like, oh, this is the BBC, we made this show, look at it.
Right.
It's very, very standard for these sorts of tie-in websites nowadays, which is kind of a shame.
Right.
Because like this is definitely from the era when like big budget films and animated films would come out, and they would make these whole websites where you can go and explore. And it didn't even matter like what the movie was. Like you could play games, and there was always tie-in stuff. You don't really see that much anymore. Like as a very random example, I remember when the Lion King 1.5 came out. One of the direct-to-video sequel, but they had this whole website, and it was like fully animated, and you could like travel through the Pride Lands and and they had like 5 games on there and like clips from the movie,
Hmm.
and it was a whole thing. And yeah, you don't really see that anymore.
Hmm.
What do you think, Albert?
Yeah. Oh gosh, there's so much I could discuss with these websites. But actually, I probably don't have too much to add to your description of them because yeah, that was pretty much it. Like they were very extensive. They had information about like almost all the animals in the series. They had information about like the specific ecosystems that they portrayed, and they had information about the making of like the episodes. So many things, and yeah, lots of games and some very addicting games that we'll get to soonish. Um, and yeah, the fact files were definitely iconic. I definitely spent hours and hours and hours, like uh, probably like on more days than I'd care to think about. That just like browsing and exploring and interacting with these websites, it was amazing. And yeah, I had the same feeling too. Like it really seemed like these websites were sort of an omnipresent part of my early kind of experience with the internet. But ultimately, in hindsight, they were very short lived, which is, like you said, quite a shame. Um, and yeah, I guess it's one of those things where we were young and didn't have as much of a frame of reference for time and such. But still,
Mm,
it is kind of surreal to look back on and think, oh wow, it was only 5 years that these websites were around in this form that we have pictured here. So yeah, you're right. That of course the Walking with Dinosaurs website came out first, and then after Walking with Beasts came out, they had its own website for that. Um, they apparently had a website for Walking with Cavemen as well, but I don't remember much of that one. But I see a link
mm,
on it pictured on the on the image here, so I assume they did. Um, but yeah, in 2005. So here's how I remember like the changes to the website, or websites rather, is that in 2005 they kind of merged all this like prehistoric related content together into one website that was just called like BBC Prehistoric Life or something,
mm,
and like gave it like a completely new look. And at that point, the actual content on the website was a lot of it was still there. I remember that a lot of the games were still accessible. At that point, and I think many of the fact files might have been too. Um, and so yeah, that was a 2005 update. And I believe currently, if you try and look up like BBC Prehistoric Life website or something like that, you can still see a version of that is still available, and there'll be a notice on top saying that we don't update this website anymore; it's old stuff. But it's still
mm,
there, and so you can still look at a lot of stuff. But as we'll get to like in a bit when we talk more about the games, I think like a lot of the actual interactive materials don't work anymore. And during that 2005 update, and like maybe in the years following that, there were a few other additions to the website too, because I remember I don't know if you recall this, but I remember that they added information on like Walking with Monsters, for example. Like they didn't have as extensive a presence for Walking with Monsters as they did with the previous Walking with Dinosaurs and Beasts website, but they had like a few screenshots of like Walking with Monsters, just to hey, we made this new show about the Paleozoic, check it out, things like that. And they had some information about the truth about killer dinosaurs, which is not technically part of the Walking with franchise, but was another BBC produced documentary about dinosaurs, about prehistoric life in 2005 or so. And
mm.
they had like some images and clips and descriptions of that. Um, but yeah, so up until that point, the website had gone through more of a cosmetic change, but like a lot of the content at least was still around. But I think what really what really changed everything kind of was a 2010 update, and that was when Planet Dinosaur was about to come out, and so that was the kind of the new BBC series that they were going to come out with on paleontology, and I think they kind of intended it to be a sort of spiritual successor to Walking with Dinosaurs, even if it's not technically part of the same franchise. Um,
Yeah.
And so what happened was, and I remember being pretty annoyed by this, was that they actually like redirected some like old content from the Walking with Dinosaurs website to like new stuff from the Planet Dinosaur website, but like a lot of the stuff they had come up with for the Planet Dinosaur website was not nearly as engaging as like what they had for Walking with Dinosaurs, and so yeah, it was just not a fun website to spend time on. Obviously, I was a fair bit older by then in 2010, 2011, but even so, like yeah, it just wasn't a website that really grabbed your attention. There wasn't much that you could get out of it, I think, um, and so they had the whole redesign where they had some content about Planet Dinosaur, but also some like generic prehistoric like content that they kind of stopped tying it specifically to like specific series that they had done, and so it was just like maybe some general information about say some of the animals that they happened to have images for because they were in the Walking With franchise. Like for example, you could pull up like some information about say Australovenator, and it would be illustrated by the quote unquote polar allosaur from the Walking With series, which is now
Oh, yeah.
thought to be like a Megaraptoran, like similar to Australovenator. But it just kind of lost its connection to like the original series that they were based on, and just became a lot more generic, and at least to me it didn't feel like it was a website that you wanted to spend a whole lot of time on. And I guess that might have had an effect on what happened next, potentially. I don't know for sure, of course, but uh, that new version of the Prehistoric Life website, the one I just described, with the Planet Dinosaur stuff and the kind of very generic information, it went down very quickly. Like I think it was gone in like 2018 or so. That version of the website is down now, and you can only access it by Wayback Machine. Uh, Whereas, quite ironically, you actually can still access like an old version that still has some of the material from like the very original kind of websites that are pictured here. And again, a lot of the content doesn't work anymore. It's definitely not updated anymore. But still, like you can see it. It's online, and you don't need the Wayback Machine to access it. So that is quite interesting. I guess the last thing I'll mention before we move on to the next slide and talk more about the games is that you brought up a great point that I wanted to mention too, and the idea of this sprawling tie-in website for like these major media franchises or works. It really isn't something that we see anymore, and it is quite a shame. I think it's kind of a shame, because yeah, I obviously spent so much time on these websites when I was younger, on these particular Walking With franchise pages. But I remember that like it wasn't just these like. It was like any major sort of big studio animated movie or family film had one of its own really extensive tie-in websites with very similar kind of at least aims. Like you could get like screenshots and videos from those works of media. You could get like information about background production, like behind the scenes info. You could even get like additional information about like the canon of the movies or whatnot, information about like the characters or the setting that might not technically be in the movies themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could, and yeah, of course there were games too, and sometimes very complex and very fun and addicting games on many of those websites that you could spend hours and hours of time on. um, and I don't think I realized how little of that we see anymore until like relatively recently. Like, of course, I'd seen this Walking With website come and go over the years, but like the fact that the general trend, like not just a trend in the paleo online community, but a general trend of just not having these kinds of extensive tie-in websites anymore, is seen like essentially across the board. And this really kind of only fully set in for me when we were doing our or preparing for our Encanto review actually earlier this year. And the reason for that was I was like, I remembered that back in the day I could go on Disney websites and whatnot and get this really cool interactive website for any movie that they had come out with, and so I was like, oh, let's check out what they have for Encanto. I wonder what the kids these days can get to experience on the websites, on movie websites now, and like there was nothing like that. Like I couldn't find anything like that. Like at most there was like a single page on the Disney website, just kind of listing off the people who had worked on the film and a very brief description of what the film was about, and that was pretty much it. Like it was so bare bones, and I was so surprised. And yeah, it was really then that it was like, oh wow, like this kind of website really like barely exists anymore, does it? Like at least for new works, it really speaks to like the current phenomenon that how like online communities have changed. Like we basically only spend time on like 3 different websites now. I mean, yeah, that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. It's like the main way of getting like engagement and attention on the internet now is through specific social media sites. It's not so much by setting up your own personal website, and like providing like, oh, there's all this cool information, and each website has its own quirks and things like that make them really memorable, and people can spend a lot of time on your website exploring it and just soaking in all this information or just having fun. And yeah, that kind of thing just isn't as much of a presence anymore, and it is kind of a shame. We've kind of talked about this before too, when we talked about like our motivation for working on our Through Time and Clay's website, is that we think that there is still a place for this kind of website, despite how things have changed. And so we hope that eventually when we release our website to the public, that it can kind of fulfill that role to some extent. But yeah, no, it is a shame that in general we don't really see this type of really extensive website anymore. Okay, and a final point related to that I'll make here is that on the BBC website, it wasn't just the Walking With series that had this kind of website. Obviously, these are the best known examples of the like within the online paleontology community, but like other BBC shows, well, at least documentaries, because I was more familiar with the documentaries and other types of shows, but other BBC documentaries that had released or were airing at the time, a lot of them had similar websites to this, and you can access a lot of them still with the Wayback Machine, although a lot of the interactives won't work for reasons we'll get to, but you can still go back and see them. So, for example, the Blue Planet had a tie-in website similar to these. The Life of Mammals had a tie-in website similar to these, and I know like these aren't well known to a lot of the paleo people, but I also spent a fair amount of time on the Life of Mammals website back in the day too, and there were some fun games on there, which I think will probably make a nice segue to us talking about the Walking With games. However, yeah, just to kind of briefly describe some of the things I remember, like there was one game where you could kind of play as a fox, and the idea behind the game was to show you kind of the challenges of being a warm-blooded mammal, basically. Basically, each level of the game would throw you into a different kind of environment, like say grassland or forest or savanna or desert, and you would have to choose like the thickness of the fur that your fox had and the size of its ears. So basically, thermoregulation, like how whether it's promoting like heat loss or keeping your body heat in, depending on the environment, and what you choose will affect like how quickly your thirst and hunger meters drop. And of course, if those meters drop all the way to 0, you lose a life and you die. And you would just basically have to control your fox with the arrow keys and kind of walk across this digital landscape. And you would have to like try and find enough water to drink and enough prey to eat along the way to keep your hunger and thirst meters up. And you would also have to try and avoid like some of the predators that would be roaming around within the landscape. And so yeah, that was pretty fun. And at times quite challenging. I know there was a game about different types of diets that mammals have, and what it was that it was like it had these three animated conveyor belts that were going past each other. So these are all Flash games that made use of like things like animation quite a bit. And so on the conveyor belt there would be plates of different types of food. Now food as in like things that mammals in general would like to eat and not necessarily what is appetizing to us specifically. So like for example there would be things like insects would be one of the plates that could show up. Like meat might be another one, and grass might be another one, and fruit might be another one, and so on and so forth. There were a lot of different ones. And so these three parallel conveyor belts would like go past each other with all these different plates, and then you could ask them to stop at any time to prepare a certain combination of food items together, and then it would tell you what type of mammal would eat like that specific combination of food. And the way you earned points was that the rarer a type of diet is, the more points you would earn. So if you manage to get like a combination that no mammal is known to eat, then you would get like 100 points or something like that. And so yeah, no, that was a pretty interesting one too. Very very simple and very straightforward, but I think it was pretty informative. And I think at one point I actually went to the trouble of documenting like all the different combinations that were possible and seeing what the results would be, like what specific mammals would be featured. Yeah, I know. I spent way too much time on these things. But anyway, yeah. So just to put it out there, like yeah, it wasn't just the Walking with websites. Like the BBC had a lot of websites like this that unfortunately all sort of kind of were either replaced or like redesigned over the years, and most of them are not directly accessible anymore, though you can still kind of see what they look like as we have pictured here when you try and go back to them by Wayback Machine. And even though like a lot of the games don't necessarily work anymore and were some of the most memorable parts of these websites, a lot of the other content does still work. And so yeah, if you wanted to sort of get a small taste of what it was like to explore these websites at the time, you can still get a sort of a sense of that. But yeah, do we want to talk more about like the Walking with games specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll jump to the next slide here. Now we should probably mention that the images we have here, this is not all the games.
Right.
When we say that there were quite a few, there were quite a few.
Yes.
So just kind of like round those off real quick. I know for Walking with Beasts, like kind of like what you were describing for the Life of Mammals, they had a lot of similar type games where you were exploring concepts in biology. Like there was one where it was about camouflage.
Yes.
And so you could be a saber-toothed cat, or I don't know, it was like an early horse or something.
Right. Yeah. Like Paleotherium or something similar.
Yeah, you're right. And you could like change the color of your body, and then change the background, and then you could see whether you could catch prey or you could avoid becoming prey. And
right.
I remember spending way too much time on that because I just thought it was fun. And I think at that point I was also like acutely aware of paleo art memes. Like I knew for a fact that the model they used for that saber-toothed cat I had seen before in the Dorling Kindersley books. I think that's from the Natural History Museum in London. That's that Smilodon model. So there was that, and then one I really loved was the Bones game, the Walking with Beasts.
Yeah.
So, standard puzzle game, they would give you a bundle of bones, and you had to make one of a certain set of animals from scratch, and it had all these different difficulties. So they had a Gestornis, they had the Basilosaurus, I think Australopithecus, or I should say Pranthropus, and I think there was a mammoth too, and a smile. They had like 5 options that you could pick, so it was really extensive. And the easy one was like, oh, they would group bundles of bones together and maybe like 6 or 8 pieces, and you put it together. Okay,
Mm.
done. And then like it would get progressively harder as you went.
Yeah.
So like they would have like the outline of the animal for one, and then eventually the outline would go away. So you were just left on your own to put these bones back together, and it would get to a point where like each individual bone was a piece. So it would include like vertebrae, individual vertebrae, for example. Oh my gosh, I spent way too much time like putting those skeletons together. It was really a really fun and addicting game for sure.
Yeah.
Um, but these on here, I think these were definitely some of the highlights that I think a
Yes.
lot of people really connected with.
Right. Right.
So let's see. The one on the left. So this is the Big Al game. So for Walking with Dinosaurs, they had a special episode where they focused on like an actual like specimen
Hmm.
to kind of try to flesh out the life of this animal. In this case, it was an Allosaurus skeleton that was called Big Al, and it had all sorts of like injuries on the bones. Um, don't ask me which ones I've forgotten, but they took those and then tried to recreate like what could have happened, what caused all those injuries, and what, and essentially like a slice of life for an Allosaurus. You
Mm.
go from like the hatchling when Big Al was a little baby up into its death, and that was the whole special. And I remember seeing that every now and then, and this is kind of embarrassing to say, but I remember really liking it when I was a kid.
Hmm.
But when I rewatched it again, because I have the box set of all the Walking With series, I watched it again. I think it was like last year, and I think it's probably the weakest one. I,
Yeah.
I did not think it was very engaging,
Mm.
and I was kind of underwhelmed by the end. Like it went by quicker than I remembered it
Uh,
going,
uh,
which I guess kind of goes into like what you were talking about regarding our concepts of time when we're kids, where a half-hour special is like a big deal.
right.
Um,
Right.
and this, which is weird because like all the other Walking With series, like each episode was like a half hour,
Hmm.
so it, it's not out of the norm. But yeah, I don't know. So I guess like there's that. Um, it's kind of awkward and funny that the game is probably more memorable for
Yes.
me than the actual show it's based on. Um, but yeah, it's the exact same concept. You start out as a little hatchling in the nest, and you have to kind of go around and forage and survive the elements and survive, other animals in the environment, and then just grow up, and you see how far you get to adulthood. And I say see how far you get because I think most of the time something stupid would kill you and you have to start all over again.
Right.
I mean, it was so like finely tuned. Like so Alex Freeman, I believe, is the creator of the game, and it was behind the art direction and everything. Um, you'd be a little baby, and like for example, just a couple examples here. You'd walk around the nest and like you'd eat a dragonfly, like it's shown here,
Mm.
or a beetle, just little insects and lizards and things, and like that would keep you sustained. But like there would be like a large lizard, and you would try to attack it, and like the thing would kill you because it was stronger and it had more energy. Um,
Right.
and that was the thing too. You had to keep replenishing your energy, like because you couldn't just walk around forever. Like you could
Right.
go from one map to the other, and you would kill yourself because you died of starvation
Yes.
and dehydration.
Yeah.
Um, and then there would be things like, okay, you stay with your mom when you're a baby for as long as you can, but like if you would leave your mom for a long period of time and then come back, the mom would mistake you for like another baby and just
Right.
eat you. So
Yeah.
like that
Right.
would kill you. Um, you'd also like get swept away in a river, or
Hmm.
you'd fall
Yep.
down a cliff, or you would like again meet a large herbivorous dinosaur or a larger dinosaur that had more energy than you. So like even right now, like if you're a baby, even like a little Dryosaurus, like you try to attack it and they would kill you
Yep.
because it was bigger. Um, and like eventually there would be levels, as you can see on the right here, these little bars. So they would track your weight, your energy, and your fitness. So the energy is what you really wanted to look for, um, and that would flux depending on how much food you were eating. It would go up to green if you were full, and then it would go down and down and down as you went without eating. Um, and yeah, you would have different levels. So you'd be a juvenile, you'd be no, you'd be a hatchling, you'd be a juvenile. I think subadult was one,
Mhm.
and then like fully grown adult
Yep.
was another.
Yep.
And then by that point, I mean, you just lived until you died.
Yeah.
Like if
Yeah.
you made it an adult, you practically won the game. I
Right. Right.
mean, because like it was so hard to do it, and
Yeah.
there were so many times where I'd play this and I just
Mhm.
couldn't get beyond the juvenile stage a
Yeah.
lot of the time. I think I managed to get subadult a few times, but that was very rare.
Mhm.
So that was the Big Al game, and then they did a similar thing, and I'll pass this to you in a sec.
Oh.
Called the Evolution game, which you can see here on the top. Now, this is a little bit more, I guess, mysterious is the right word.
Yeah.
I definitely remember playing this. I remember it was, and this is a tie-in to Walking with Beasts. So instead of being an Allosaurus growing up, you essentially like would live through the evolutionary sequence of primates.
Yep.
So you start out as this little bugger here, an Omomayid, and you would, survive in nature, and then the levels were, I guess you'd call them evolutionary stages, if you
Right.
will. So like of course that's a kind of a weird terminology, but whatever. So like you could evolve into like a monkey or like another type of lemur, and then you just keep going and going and going. And apparently, you could go any route you wanted depending on how you behaved in the
Right.
game. So, like, if you wanted to be like a strepsirrhine, a lemur line primate, you could. Or you could, on the other end of things, you could become, a Homo sapiens, a human, and go through all that process. But again, like the game was just like if Big Al was difficult, this was stupidly difficult.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
you're this little tiny ball of fuzz living in the trees, and like if you ate a leaf wrong, it would kill you. Like I think
Yeah.
like certain leaves would actually like drain your energy if you
Yeah.
eat them. So
Right.
like it was kind of productive to begin with.
Yes.
There would be like eagles and snakes and all kinds of stuff that would come and kill you,
Yeah.
and I never remember ever getting beyond the Omomayid stage. And I think and as a result of it being so hard, I rarely played this one as much as I did with the Big Al game. But yeah, I'll ask you this as I pass it over to you. I guess I don't know if conspiracy is the right word, because we were kind of talking about this, and we felt that maybe the game was so hard because it was technically unfinished. So like nobody could remember getting beyond the Omomayid stage because there just wasn't any or something like that. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, I definitely spent like huge amounts of time on these games when I was little. Probably like the majority of my time spent on the Walking with websites were like on these two particular games. Yeah, so I guess since you asked about the evolution game, I'll lead off with that. Yes, so because the evolution game is a lot more obscure than the Big Al game, there are like some people like us who remember it, but it's not nearly as well known. And part of that was, probably because it was so hard that a lot of people just gave up on trying to play it. But also because it went offline earlier than the Big Al game did. Like, the Big Al game lasted up until, like, the 2010 redesign of the Prehistoric Life BBC website. Whereupon it was replaced by the very not engaging Planet Dinosaur game, which we don't have to go into detail about that, but yeah, that was a I would say a poor decision on their part. Whereas the evolution game, it was taken down in something like 2007 or so, like long before, at least a number of years before like the actual overall website was redesigned again. And if you tried to click into it, it would just like, oh, sorry, due to technical difficulties, this game is not available or something like that. And yeah, this game was hard. So because of the obscurity of this game, I wrote a blog post a few years ago about what I remembered of this game, just so so I could kind of preserve it on the internet, so other people could check it out or maybe reminisce a little, or at least say, oh, well, yeah, interesting. I didn't know that this game was a thing. Um, but yeah, so I wrote down like what I could remember of this game, including how hard it was. And recently, this is very recently, even though my post is a few years old now, I still get comments on it very occasionally. And so very recently, I received a comment from someone who said basically, the kind of the idea that you suggested earlier, that I suspect that this game was so hard precisely because it was unfinished, and that there was no late game content at all, and so it was designed so that you couldn't get beyond a certain point, you couldn't survive beyond a certain point, because they just hadn't finished that part of the game yet. And I had never thought of that before, but it kind of makes sense. It also seems consistent with the fact that it was taken down so early. Like maybe they just never got around to finishing it, so they decided to take it down. Um, I have to wonder if that was the case. Like, yeah, it really is a sort of seems like a conspiracy thinking, but gosh, like I have to wonder. And so, yeah, just to kind of talk in a little bit more detail about my experiences with it. I was able to get past the Omamiad stage a few times. Like I think the latest I got to was like the Miocene or something. I think I might have been like proconsul or something like that.
Yeah.
Um, but that was like the very extremely latest I could get. Like yeah, like the very extremely latest I remember was I could you could like encounter like Dinotherium wandering across the savannah, and like grass was starting to grow everywhere, and oh yeah, the grass you definitely shouldn't eat because it would definitely drain your energy as you tried to eat it. um, it was so lacking in nutrition that it took more energy to digest it than to than to feed on it. It was very difficult, and the main reason it was difficult was that suitable food sources were very rare. Um, like you said, like a lot of time eating leaves would just drain your energy instead of replenishing it. So you couldn't eat a lot of plants. So in the beginning of the game, like probably the most reliable food sources would be like insects and other small animals. So you could catch those pretty reliably, and they give you a decent amount of nutrition. Um, but as you progress through the game, I think because you start evolving into larger and larger species of primates, the insects became harder to catch. And so, like, a lot of times you weren't fast enough to actually catch the insects. They would always escape. Um, and so you couldn't feed on them anymore as your main food source. But if you tried to eat the vegetation, it would still give you that problem with just draining your energy all the time. And so you couldn't eat anything that was common in the environment. And there were only a couple things that were like actually like good sources of food in the later parts of the game, at least like as late as I got to. Um, and those were fruits and also palm leaves. And so those were actually like very nutritious food sources that would give you back like a lot of energy, but they were super, super, super rare. Yeah, like you had to be like extremely lucky to run into any. And so yeah, most of the time you were just like completely doomed to starvation once you got past a certain point. Um, and I guess just to kind of sort of clarify this, because when we talk about like other animals killing you or escaping from you and things like that, like these were sort of point and click games. They weren't like there weren't like any kind of digital animated models like running across the screen where you had to like react in real time to like catch anything. Like instead, like it would show like panels like this that we show here, where it shows you like the stats of the animals, if you will. Like the fierceness is basically whether you can take it in a fight, essentially. So like yeah, on the Big Al game here, you can definitely kill the dragonfly because its fierceness is only 0. But since the Dryosaurus, the fierceness on here is like 200, and it's even shown in red as a warning. That means it's way too strong for you to kill. The agility is basically like whether or not you would be able to catch it. Right now, like both of these are in green, so as a hatchling Allosaurus, you would be able to catch a dragonfly or a Dryosaurus. Of course, the Dryosaurus would kill you, but you were fast enough to catch them. Um, And but as you grew older as an Allosaurus, like some of the smaller animals would become too fast for you to catch, um, and like the energy is how much energy you would get from like killing and eating these animals. Um, and you use kind of compass directions to kind of navigate across a map, as shown here in the Big Al game. And something similar was also the case with the evolution game with the primates too. But instead of like a sort of rather limited area like in the Big Al game, like for the evolution game, you could like in theory like explore whole continents because like the map would like show like Eurasia or like Africa and things like that and different types of environments, and you could wander across the map as you pleased, and you were also able to climb trees, like go up and down. So there was also like in addition to a compass, there was also like a sort of vertical direction button where you could like climb up and down the trees as you wished. And you would be able to encounter like different types of organisms as you did. One more thing I'll mention about the evolution game, I guess, is that it does seem to be true that the way you played the game could influence like what species you had evolved into. So I don't remember like the specific primate species that were in the game, or most of them at least. But I do remember like when I because trying to find different strategies to try and get further in the game, I would try things like, oh, maybe I'll just like focus on eating plants, or something like that, and that would cause me to evolve into a different species than I would when I tried to focus on just eating insects or things like that. So they did build into it like that kind of sort of diverging paths that you could take depending on your gameplay. But yeah, you never could get like very far into it. At least I couldn't, and I don't know anybody who could. Like yeah, everybody who I've spoken to who remembers the game just like, yo, yeah, it was super hard. I couldn't get very far. So yeah, I have to wonder. Maybe it was unfinished all this time, and we just could not get past the early stages of the game. I would be curious to know. Like there is just like really no production information available about this game at all, so everything is speculation. Um, and as for the Big Al game was much better documented and much better remembered by everyone. Or at least everyone who spent a lot of time on the Walking with websites. Just to add to your description of it, the weight was kind of where you were in the level as you kind of grew older. So once you grew large enough to fill out that silhouette, you would progress to the next level. And yeah, the energy is like you mentioned, like how hungry you are essentially. And every time you moved or really did anything, you would lose some energy. But if you ate something, it would replenish. And the fitness was like basically your health, like physical health. So if you managed to kill an animal, but it was strong enough to injure you, despite that, you would lose some of your fitness, essentially, and that's what I did. Of course, if it got all the way to zero, you could also die from it. However, it could be replenished. You could like sort of heal yourself as you walked around or as you ate things that didn't injure you. But yeah, and you're right. There are so many ways that you could die in this game. Like not just like being killed by other animals, but yeah, like if you were too small, you could get swept away by the river. You had to be like big enough to actually wade across. There was like in the northern part of the map, there was like a predator trap where you could like sink into quicksand, and
Yeah.
get stuck there. Yeah, yeah. If you were too big, like when you were like a fresh hatchling, you could actually run across that quicksand, which is neat. So that was the only way to actually complete the entire map. Is that if you actually ran across the quicksand as a hatchling. But once you got bigger than that, if you tried to cross over, you would like sink there and starve to death. Yeah, so lots of ways to die. And I usually was able to get at least like probably more than half the time I was able to get to the sub-adult stage, but that was where I would often get stuck. Like yeah, all the time it came down to luck on whether I would be able to find enough to eat to survive the next stage. But I did get to adult stage a few times. Um, and the adult stage was interesting because, yeah, I think it was basically, as far as I could tell, designed to continue indefinitely. There was no end to it.
Mm.
But it did add, like, a new mechanic that wasn't present in any of the previous levels, and that is you could try to find a mate.
Oh.
Well, not just like find a mate, but you could try to mate with as many female allosaurs as you can because you're playing as a male in this game. And if you successfully made it, like you would be able to gain points that way, essentially for the adult level, and it was an interesting process because the challenge there was that you would have to try and do like all the steps in a courtship display correctly. And of course, we don't really know how Allosaurus courtship displays worked, but yeah, they kind of came up with a sort of pretty plausible step, sequence of steps that you had to take. Like, I think first you had to like, okay, so to initiate the mating sequence, you basically in addition to like the attack and fact file buttons on the animals you encountered, there would also be a new mate button that would show up once you got to the adult stage. Also, the mate button would be available for any kind of animal you encountered. But if you try to select that option for anything that was not a female Allosaurus, they would say the whatever animal did not take kindly to your advances, and then nothing would happen basically. But if you met a female Allosaurus and selected that option, then it would launch you into like the mating sequence, and you would have to like select a certain. It would give you some options to select what you wanted to do next, and then you had to select correctly in like a certain sequence to mate successfully. Like I think, for example, first you have to like give like a loud roar as a mating signal or something, and then the next step would be like I don't know, like you had to like move to her side and show off the crests above your eyes and things like that. And if you got any of the steps in between wrong, the female Allosaurus would attack you and then leave, and so you would get injured from that.
Right.
But after a few tries, if you were lucky enough to still be alive at that stage, you could probably get the hang of it and remember the sequence of steps you need to do. And then it would throw another twist to that. Okay, so this is really funny. So after you had kind of mastered the mating sequence, then instead of like making you do the full sequence the next time you tried to mate, like after you had successfully already done it a few times, what would happen next would be the female Allosaurus, like right before you tried to mate with them, or right before the final step of mating with them, would like I would actually say this. It would say the female Allosaurus turns around and asks you a question, and
Oh.
and it would be like a question about like the life of Big Al or like something about Allosaurus or something like that. It would be a multiple choice question, and yeah, and you would have to select the correct answer to mate successfully. If you don't, yeah, you would get attacked and you would get injured, and the female would leave.
It's like the riddle of the Sphinx, but with
Yeah.
dinosaurs.
Right. Oh gosh, it was so funny. But yeah, that was amazing. But other than that, there wasn't much else you could do other than kill things and mate in the adult stage. So yeah, well, once you got there, you had pretty much won the game, and the only thing left to do would be try to earn as high of a score as possible. But yeah, no, the Big L game was definitely a lot of fun. It was challenging, but not too challenging like the Evolution game was. And I think, and at least my experience was that once I had played through it a few times and had familiarized myself with all the different hazards and what could actually happen in the game, I was usually able to come up with a pretty decent strategy to like make it through like at least much of the game. And it was definitely a sad day when the Big Al game was eventually lost, like much of the rest of the Walking With games. Now, I have pictured here a third game, but before we move on, do you want to talk about the good news about the Big Al game?
Oh yeah, of course. So because the Big Al game was so beloved, there was a lot of discussion about it. Right around, this was not too long ago.
No, yeah, only a few years ago, probably.
Right. And I guess it kind of got the attention of a Jennifer Edwards. Now, she had put a post about this, and we'll link it in the description. But she was mentioning that she had never played this game, but she had heard so many people talk about it and was interested. And so, like through her own like work, she kind of tried to make it anew
Right.
using like whatever elements she could like scrap from the internet.
Yep.
And so yeah, for a time, a version of the Big Al game was resurrected, and it played much like the original game, save for a few features. It was not exact. Like I think she had to like make the map artwork from scratch, for
Right. Right.
example. But
Yeah.
all
There,
the
there were
photos,
definitely differences, but it was like astonishingly close for someone who had never played the game before.
exactly, yeah. Like you have to like really like look to see the differences in a lot of places. But it just so happened that one day, Alex Freeman hit her up and was like, "Hey, listen, this is really admirable. I actually have all the files still on my hard drive. I can give them to you, and you can pretty much make the game exactly as it was." And so, as of 2022, you are now able to play the Big Al game exactly again, and it has all the same features. And yeah, I mean, I played it quite a couple of times, and it definitely feels just like the original game.
Yep.
And I was immediately reminded of how difficult it was at times.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I definitely have more patience now than I did when I was a kid.
Right.
So I was actually able to finally, after all these years, get to the sub-adult and adult stages
Yeah.
as you had described. And yeah, it was kind of fun, like seeing all that, because like all the mating stuff I did not know about
Hmm.
when I played it, because again I never made it to that stage, so it was funny seeing that. I think at one point like you could even team up with other
Oh
allosaurus to
yes, that's
take
right.
down a lot of the larger
That's
sauropods,
right.
because
Yeah.
in the Big Al special, there's a sequence at the salt plains or
Hmm.
salt flat with a Diplodocus, and all the Allosaurus work together to bring one down. Of
Right.
course, Diplodocus is much bigger than an Allosaurus, so in the game they had that in there. But like you could never attack a Diplodocus because it was huge. It would kill you.
Yeah.
It would harm you really bad. So it would say you need other Allosaurus to take it down or
Right.
something like that.
Right.
And that I've never figured out how to do it,
Mm.
but apparently that is the thing that you can do. And I'm sure it's probably about as risky as the mating situation. Like, try to team up with the Allosauruses and keep them from killing you because you don't want to work with them. Yeah, that,
Yeah.
that that is just so funny to me.
Yes, definitely. I actually have like succeeded at the sauropod thing a couple times. So it's something that you can only do in the sub-adult stage for some reason. I don't know why they took it out for adult stage. It doesn't make much sense to me. But yeah, basically you had
Oh,
to be on a there are a few squares in like the northeastern part of the map where like sauropods would pass through on like migration or whatever, and I think that one, the success of that was sort of partly down to luck. Like you had to move around, and it would describe like if the sauropods were passing through or not, and if they were moving to somewhere else, you would have to like follow them. And so as you followed them, it would like automatically like say like, oh, like another allosaurus is here, or like two other allosaurus are here, or things like that. And eventually you would have to like, to succeed, you would have to have a large enough group of allosaurs and also the sauropods in the same place at the same time. And then if you got a large enough group, you could attack and potentially take one down. But yeah, it was kind of luck based. So yeah, I only succeeded at it a few times. I'll just add like really quickly that even though I said like this is like a point and click game where it's not really about reflexes or such, there actually is a little bit of a timer for some of the interactions for these. I've noticed, like if you really like just idle there for too long, a lot of the animals would just leave. That's if you're lucky. Now, if they are predatory animals that are strong enough to kill and eat you and would see you as prey, and you idled for too long, they might eat you, and you would just be game over from there. But it definitely wasn't a game where you had like you need like really strong hand-eye coordination or something. It definitely is a more of a long kind of strategic kind of game overall. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. And like you said, it has basically been resurrected in its original form thanks to the efforts of Alex Freeman and Jennifer Edwards, and so you can now go and play it pretty much as it was. Like you said, yeah, it is pretty much exactly as it was, as far as I can tell and as far as I can remember, um, on Jennifer Edwards' website, and we'll be sure to link that in the description.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm going to be real with you, Albert.
Hmm.
I vaguely remember our third game featured
Uh-huh,
here
uh-huh.
on the bottom right. I know it tied into Chased by Sea Monsters,
That's right.
which was a three-part special that was part of the Chased by Dinosaurs.
Hmm.
It's the same thing as Chased by Dinosaurs, but it was Nigel Marvin going to the five deadliest seas.
Yeah, yeah, seven,
Um,
right?
or, oh, it was seven, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Whoops.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, the seven deadliest seas of all time, and it basically featured marine life throughout, the prehistoric world.
Hmm.
Um, and I mean, it was such a neat concept, um, especially because, of course, if you like marine life, then you probably like marine animals from prehistory. So
Right.
all the greats are in there: Megalodon, Dunkleosteus, Liopleurodon, Mosasaurus, for example.
Hmm.
But I definitely remember this game,
Yeah.
but I don't know exactly what it was about or how to play it. So I'm gonna need you to help me out on this one.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. So yeah, like you said, this was a tie-in to the Sea Monsters specials. And in fact, I this was years ago, so it's possible that the videos are gone. But I think some people have actually put up like gameplay videos of this game online on
Oh,
YouTube. So you can actually go back and watch people play it. Um, but yeah, the format of the game, it was kind of like a board game, but in a digital form. So you can see these squares all around like the screen, and so these would be like the squares that you would move along as you progress through the game. And then there's this kind of wheel on top that is like one, two, three, four. That was sort of kind of like a dice, and so if you click now, the wheel would kind of like spin, and then you would like land on a certain number. Um, I think you could click again to like make it stop or something like. But anyways, and that number would be like the number of steps you would move, and so you would move, however many steps as indicated. Um, and so you can see here that the different squares are sort of color coded by different sections, and so each of these different colors represent like the seven different deadly seas, essentially. And so each of these sections has a similar pattern of like types of squares that you could land on. And so each of them has two squares with question marks on them. And so for those, you would have to answer a multiple choice question. And what would usually happen for those is that it would show you a clip from the Sea Monsters specials. Actually, not only those. Like I think it also pulled in some stuff from like the other Walking with franchise series as well. Like I think there was like some stuff from like maybe Walking with Beasts on there as well. But in any case, it would show you some clips from the Walking with series, and then it would ask you like some detail about the clip, like how many fins did that fish have, or like what was the color of that monkey's face, or things like that. And you would have to answer correctly, or else you would lose a life.
how many lives did you have?
Yeah, so you started out with three, and so you can kind of see this on the screen here. Like you could see like the top bar. It shows like a series of like people symbols with the number three on top. Yeah, so
Oh yeah.
that's the number of lives that you had left. So I think you started with three. But if you were lucky enough to land on one of those icons with a plus sign and a green person on it, you could gain a life. And I don't think there was really a limit to how many you could gain. So if you're lucky enough, you could get a lot of lives. And whenever you passed the start point again, you would gain another life. It's kind of like a Monopoly, I guess. um, so yeah, so there were chances for you to gain your lives back if you lost them. Um, and then one of the squares at the end of each section is this skull and crossbones symbol, and that was basically a mass extinction square. And so that was kind of a roulette essentially. So you would click on a wheel, and each time period had like a preset percent chance of you quote unquote going extinct. And so if you had a greater chance of going extinct, like the extinction the part of the wheel that would cause extinction would be like bigger, of course. So you would have a greater chance of like landing on it when you spun it and it stopped. And of course, if you landed in like the extinction zone of the wheel, you would lose life. Now, unfortunately, so I don't remember this 100%, but as far as I recall, I don't think like the chance of extinction had was correlated with like the actual like extinction rate at the end of each time period or anything like that.
Oh yeah.
I think it just got harder over time. So like the Neo gene just had like the greatest the greatest extinction rate in the game essentially. But yeah, it was like another one of those things that could mess up your day if you were unlucky. But the key way to win the games, or to win the game rather, was to try and land on like the symbol that had like the main quote unquote sea monster, or I guess apex predator of that time period, which is at the center of each of these sections. And so if you managed to land on one of those squares, you would be taken to a mini game, and each of those was something different. So I think I probably still remember all of them to some extent. So like for example, in the Ordovician, with the Orthicone, I think it was sort of a shooter kind of game where you were in a submarine and you could like send out like projectiles in front of you to like defeat enemies, and of course like I think like of course most of the enemies at first were like sea scorpions, and they would be easy to defeat, but like the last the boss was of course a giant orthicone, and you had to like shoot it many times before it would go down, and all the while you had to try and avoid like not contacting it, or else you would die and lose a life. And so yeah, that was that one, I think. The Dunkleosteus for the Devonian, like it was like there were a bunch of like animated Devonian fish that would like move across the screen like at different speeds, and it would tell you like you are only supposed to click on like the orange fish, so the Dunkleosteus, and avoid the others. And if you accidentally hit any of the others, you would lose points. But if you got the Dunkleosteus, you would like gain points, and you were supposed to like gain a certain number of points within like a time limit. And if you managed to do that, you would pass that game. And every time you passed one of these mini games, like the entire section, like the entire time period for that game would get blocked out, and so you would skip that section the next time you came around the board again, and so you would keep doing that until you managed to pass all the mini games, basically. So that's how it worked. And I guess just to finish off what the other mini games were, the Triassic one with the Symbospondylus was a variation of a hangman. So it had like a message that you had to decode, like by selecting the right letters. And it was accompanied by like this animation of like a diver in a shark cage, and there you would see the Symbospondylus like kind of swimming around it, and every time you got a letter wrong, like part of the cage would like fall off and sink into the bottom of the ocean.
Okay.
And so eventually, if like the entire cage dropped away, of course the diver would get eaten by the Symbospondylus, which they actually showed. So try not to fail that one, or else you would be killing someone. Yeah, and I remember because I don't think they ever the message that was the right answer for that game, the solution to that game ever changed. So it was always the same one. So I think I still remember it. So I think it was Zephactinus is not eye candy, which is interesting. Especially interesting because Zephactinus is a Cretaceous fish, but they decided to mention it in the Triassic minigame, which interesting choice. Maybe it's because the X is in there to make it harder, but I don't know. For the Leopleurodon, you had to like memorize a specific formula that was supposed to make a repellent to repel a Leopleurodon, which is kind of what was shown in the actual Sea Monster special, where Nigel had this Leopleurodon repellent that helped him survive in that episode. But yeah, you had to like memorize a formula, like you had to pour in like 8 blue. I forget what the units were, like blue cups of whatever it was that went into the potion, and 4 red cups and stuff, and you had to do that in a certain order too. And so it would give you like a bit of time to memorize the formula, and then it would cut to a scene where you had to like actually mix the formula. And I remember that one being kind of hard, not only because of the time limit, but because the controls were a bit finicky, so you had to like drag and drop the ingredients to make the formula. But sometimes like if you let go of the cups too quickly, they would just get stuck instead of like going into the vat, and yeah, and then you would like lose precious time doing that. And if you manage to mix it correctly, then it would show like a little animation sequence where a little submarine goes out and kind of sprays the repellent out, and the Leopterodon like cruises past but does not attack. If you failed to replicate the formula, then the submarine would get grabbed and eaten. The mosasaur one for the Cretaceous was pretty straightforward. Like you were a person in a raft trying to avoid a mosasaur behind you, and like the way to win that one was like pretty easy, to be honest. It was like you basically clicked the left and right buttons, arrow keys on your keyboard like really really fast, alternating between them, and then you would be able to like paddle your way to shore and escape from the mosasaur. So a pretty straightforward one. The Basilosaurus one was weird because the Basilosaurus itself never actually appeared in the game. Like the idea of the game was like you had to get a submarine into like the right position to film the Basilosaurus, but like they never actually showed the Basilosaurus itself. And so, yeah, you basically had to use the arrow keys to control this submarine and place it like on a landing pad or something, so you can get it into position. But the problem was like there was only so much fuel in the submarine, so you ran out of fuel before you could get onto the pad. You would fail the game, and also the submarine was also really fragile. So if you like ran into a rock or something, it would like disintegrate and you would fail the game. And so yeah, you had to like kind of maneuver it carefully into place. And so that was that game, which was very odd because it never actually showed the Basilosaurus. And finally, the Megalodon one was like you were in a boat, and like Megalodon would like come up from beneath and attack you. And so you had to like maneuver the boat from side to side to try and avoid all these different attacks. So you could kind of see the Megalodon coming right before they made contact, and so you would have to try and avoid as much damage as you can to survive that game. And it got harder because like more and more like Megalodon would show up like at once as the game progressed. But eventually, if you were lucky, you would survive it. And then yeah, if you passed all of those mini games, you had won the game. And so that's basically how it worked.
Oh, that's awesome. That sounds like a really extensive game.
It's quite extensive, yeah.
I kind of wish I'd played it more because I swear I did, but it just left no impression on me.
Right.
Which is a shame because it sounds like it'd be cool. And I imagine just like the Evolution game, like this has not been resurrected at all.
Yeah, sadly, no. I don't think any of the other Walking with games have been resurrected. And I guess, yeah, this is a good time to mention that, unfortunately, like a lot of these games, at least on like newer machines that a lot of us have now, cannot be played like even using Wayback Machine. And part of that is because a lot of these games were run on Flash, which is kind of not really a thing anymore. And so yeah, like even if you go back on Wayback Machine, you can't really access these games because it would say you need Flash, and yeah, you can't get Flash on a lot of these newer machines. But let me tell you, if any of you out there still has like an older computer that has Flash on it, you can access these BBC websites through Wayback Machine. I believe a lot of the games still work because I remember like a few years ago, like before Flash went down, but after these websites had mostly become defunct, I was actually able to go back to places like the Life of Mammals BBC website and like play a lot of those old games again because Flash still worked at the time. But yeah. Nowadays it's not really possible, and the Evolution game and the Big Al game, for the record, were not run on Flash. They were run through other software, and so they cannot be accessed by Wayback Machine through any means. But of course, the Big Al game is pretty much back now, so that's not really a big concern anymore. So that's nice. The Sea Monsters game, it was run on Flash, but I don't remember if Wayback Machine worked on it. So, if anyone has like an old computer with Flash on it and wants to go back and try it, maybe you can report back and see if it works. Yeah, I don't remember. But like I said, I think there are like gameplay videos of it on YouTube. So even if we can't play the games anymore, you might still be able to find videos of people playing the game, even if you know, if they haven't been taken down. So
Yeah, and I mean,
yeah,
if you get lucky, and you happen to come across somebody who has worked on these games in the past, and you want to bring them back,
right.
I mean, that would certainly be welcome. Um, I definitely am interested in seeing the evolution game return, just to
Yes,
satisfy my
I
curiosity.
know. Yeah, me too.
And I mean, if it doesn't seem like it's going to come back, and somebody wants to like make a game like it,
Right.
I think that would be pretty good.
I'd love
Um,
that. Yeah.
you could go easy on us for sure and like
Yeah, yeah,
make it
right, right.
at least playable. But
Yes.
I think that would be fun.
I agree.
Um, and but yeah, I mean, like also like if by some miracle, like by this time next year, contact is made and the evolution game goes the way of the Big Al game, maybe we'll finally be able to learn the truth. Was the game actually finished, or
Yeah,
are
right.
we all led to believe otherwise? Um, but yeah, oh my gosh, just so many good games. And I think out of all the websites that we'll talk about today, this is probably the one, the Walking with pages, that I definitely spent probably the most time
Yeah, I would
on.
agree.
Now this next one coming up, I know I definitely spent a lot of time on.
Right.
And Albert, I think you can say the same for sure.
Yeah, I think so.
So this on our next slide here. Aha, this is Zoom Dinosaurs
Yep.
from Enchanted Learning. Oh my gosh, where do I begin? Well, this was an educational website. It is essentially a supplement to, I guess, elementary school learning for you
Mhm.
Americans out there.
Yeah.
Um, and so this came out in 1993, the Enchanted Learning itself. So this is probably one of the oldest sites that we'll talk about
Mhm.
today. Um, and for all intents and purposes, it is still active. It's actually one of the few websites here as well that you can still go on for the
Right.
most part without using the Wayback Machine and look around. Um, the thing is, it hasn't been updated in a while.
Mhm.
So I guess just to kind of give some context here. So Jan Cole is, I guess, the founder of Enchanted Learning. She is a cognitive psychologist, and she was a teacher for some time at Washington State. And she's had an active role in children's education, and she was kind of the brainchild behind Enchanted Learning, which was a series of websites that featured different topics, and they had um, printout activities and like little like fact files and stuff that kids could go on and they could learn about the world. And so in the case of Zoom Dinosaurs, it was a paleontology website. You had coloring printouts. So if you see on the bottom right here, this Lambeosaurus who has some stylish boots. Um, you could print out the pages and color them on your own time. And they would have
Mhm.
like little facts and stuff here. And I mean, it was, for what it was very extensive.
Yep.
I
Mhm.
mean, there were all kinds of fact files. There was a news section. They had an ask section. You could
Yep.
send in questions, and they would get answered by people.
Mhm.
And there was a huge index of dinosaurs with all of the names known at the time. So you could that was probably like one of the most complete references on like the dinosaurs themselves that you could find.
Yeah.
Just keeping up with everything. Um, and like one of the appeals of Zoom Dinosaurs is the art. Now I'm sure you could tell from just looking at the slide. There is like old school pixel art scattered throughout for all of these dinosaurs. Some of them were animated and some
Mhm.
of them weren't. But these are essentially like the icons for the coloring page. So you click on them, and they would take you to the images there, like on the bottom right. And the art quality would vary. Um, I think it's safe to say that literally none of the animals depicted on here are realistic
Mhm,
in the
mhm.
sense that
Yeah. Mhm.
this is like I think calling this paleo art is asking a lot. But I mean, I certainly loved them when I was a kid. I
Mhm,
wasn't
mhm.
complaining.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Um, I used to love taking the little cartoons up here and making little scenes of them on the computer
Yeah.
because like they had clear backgrounds, so you could put them in anything you wanted
Right,
and
right.
make little scenes. Um, and like I mean, there were so many activities on here, like
Mhm.
printout activities. Like we talk about multimedia activities, but like a big part of our childhoods was like that the hands-on stuff
Mhm.
too.
Yep.
And
Mhm.
they had like you could make dioramas, you could make books, learn different languages
Yep.
using animals. Like there was like a Zoom mammals, for example. There's a whole mammals page like
Mhm.
this, and just all kinds of stuff that you could do online and off, and that was kind of the appeal. Um, and I used to remember I loved the coloring pages. I used to print out whole books from these websites and I would just color in them. I think I had one on ocean animals. There was like a Zoom marine life section, and I had a whole binder. So I took like 50 sheets of paper and printed out like all of the marine life pages on here to have like this big portable coloring book that I
Right.
could take anywhere. So I had a real blast on this website. And what's funny, like doing the research for the show and kind of looking back on the site to some of the areas where like I wouldn't normally go on all the time because
Mhm.
like the coloring pages and the little cartoons was like probably the main thing that I did. But there was a lot of text based information
Yep.
here too, behind the scenes stuff on paleontology, and I'm kind of amazed at how like up to date the site was.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like I mean, for the animal images themselves, the information was pretty spot on. um, they used a bunch of resources to make the site to begin with. So like none of the people who work on the site were paleontologists.
Right.
They relied um, on popular books like the Dinosauria, for example, to fill out the information. Um, but they had paleontologists to answer questions
Yep. Mhm.
as part of the Ask thing. Some of you might remember if you followed us on Twitter, we actually shared some of this a while back. Um, and we found like a bunch of people that we knew, like the
Right.
Michael Brett Sermon and Dr. Thomas Holtz was there.
Yeah. Yep.
So like real like old school questions that they had answered, and it was a nostalgia trip for them as much as it was for us.
Mhm.
It was just so funny to see that. So yeah, Zoom Dinosaurs was just like the Walking With site. It was like an omnipresence in my online years
Oh
growing
yeah.
up. And yeah, it never really went away. So by 2001, they had stopped updating the information
Mhm.
to the website.
Yeah.
So like if you look at the dinosaur list, like all the most recent names are from 2001.
Mhm.
Um, but by 2007, they had closed the ask section.
Right.
So you can no longer submit questions. And by that point, the website was pretty much done. It was in its final form, if you
Right.
will. Um, but it has not gone away. It is still there. And in fact, Enchanted Learning is still very much active
Mhm.
in a certain sense.
Yeah.
Um, it certainly keeps up to date with recent events. So you could go on there right now and you can print out Joe Biden and Kamala Harris coloring pages, and there's like a Ukrainian section there that you can kind of read up about the war going on right now.
Mhm.
Um, so like with current events, it does tend to update, and I think they even have like they have a Twitter too
Yes.
that they'll occasionally share stuff from the site.
Right. Yeah.
Um, but as far as like Zoom Dinosaurs, like that is a child of the early 2000s.
Yep. Mhm.
So like don't expect to go on there and see like Diabloceratops or
Right. Right.
any of the newer dinosaurs. Uh, Basically, what you have from 2001 and back is what you get.
Mhm. Mhm.
Um, but it was definitely a core part of my
Oh
childhood,
yeah.
and it was far more extensive than it needed to be,
Yep.
which I think is for the best because when you're a dinosaur kid, you want to soak up as much as you can.
Oh yeah.
Um, when you got a site that has an A to Z index of like all the dinosaurs known at the time. That's a pretty substantial like place to hang out at and
Hmm.
learn about. So I definitely owe Zoom Dinosaurs a lot.
Yeah.
Well, what about you, Albert?
Yeah, I would say my experience with it is very similar. I definitely printed out a lot of the printout coloring pages, definitely dozens at least, both from this website as well as the other animal printing pages that they had. Um, and yeah, spent a lot of time just browsing through and looking at the information for sure. Um, uh, a sort of funny story that I have is that I think, at least as far as I remember, the first email I sent might have been to Enchanted Learning. So,
Oh, really?
yes. So, I think I was looking for their pangolin coloring page and I couldn't find one. And so they had like little, I guess notices or like on the website where they were like, if you can't find an animal, feel free to email us and let us know. And so I actually tried that, and so I emailed them. But the funny thing was, like, I didn't put any context into my message at all. So all I did was I wrote the word pangolin in the message and I just sent that. But guess what? They actually got back to me.
Oh, wow.
And so they said, here well, I mean, obviously I don't remember the exact wording, but it's like we have a penguin page right here, and they actually sent me a link to their penguin page. Oh, okay, cool. So I don't know if like I just wasn't able to find it and they already had it, or if they had actually like made a penguin page specifically because I asked for it. Part of me suspects it's the former, and I was just I just was unable to find it, but yeah, I don't know. However, it was it was really funny that that was the first email that I sent, and also I'm very grateful in hindsight that they actually bothered to get back to little me.
That is so funny to me. Pangolin, please.
Yeah, right.
Hey, at least you were direct.
Yeah, yes. Um, Now, one kind of probably final thing about Zoom Dinosaurs I'll mention is that they had a pretty extensive forum too. Now, I never actually participated in the forum, but I did read a lot of the conversations that happened on there, and oh my goodness, like early manifestation of a lot of like phenomena that we're familiar with in like the paleo community. There was a lot of discussion about like who would win in a fight, T-Rex versus Giganotosaurus versus Spinosaurus, and so on. And like people were arguing like intensely about this on there. And like yeah, I think at the time, even as a child, I already found it kind of silly, but like oh my goodness, it was there was like some entertainment value, I have to say, to just like reading, especially like at the time when I had not been exposed much to such discussions. And like people would like not just argue about it, but like they would like write entire stories like describing how these dinosaurs would kill some other type of dinosaur, things like that. Yeah, it was a real free for all on, on those forums. And if you go to the Zoom Dinosaurs website now, you might have to dig a bit because it like as you can see on the front page here, it doesn't have like an obvious link, I think, to like the forums, but yeah, it is buried in there somewhere, so you can still find a lot of those old discussions. And in fact, I know when we kind of were looking through this website as part of our research for and a nostalgia trip, we found that people were like talking about like, oh, the Dinosauricon has not updated with this new species yet, or things like that. So had kind of a glimpse into early paleo internet history there. Yeah, which is pretty neat. But yes, definitely this website was also another one I spent a lot of time on and was very influential to me. I definitely agree there.
Yeah, and like it's kind of sad that
Yeah,
it's not as updated as the other sites.
right.
Like I know there's an American history or like a U.S. presidents section,
Hmm.
and they keep that pretty up to date.
That's right. Yeah.
But like I mean, it would be cool to see this return in a way. I
Mhm.
mean, there's a lot of appeal.
Yeah.
I mean, kids love coloring and they love
Yep.
being able to print out activities, and if you just tweak the artwork and add some new stuff once in
Mhm.
a while, I think this could still keep going. I mean, the fact that it's still around to begin with
Right.
should say something that there is still an interest in enchanted learning.
Mhm.
So who knows? Maybe that's another thing in the future that maybe it'll come back. Because yeah, I think that would be exciting
Yeah,
to
definitely.
see. 'Cause, yeah, definitely fantastic website. And yeah, again, like it was very much in the know. Like, yeah, birds were dinosaurs. All that was in there,
Mhm.
um, which is funny to think about considering how rare that was for me growing up.
Yes, yes.
Like having that emphasis. Because again, like of course, like the stuff I had at home was of varying ages.
Yeah.
A lot of hand-me-down stuff from like the '70s, where it's like, well, maybe
Right.
we're not as sure as we are now.
Mhm.
Uh, so that's pretty fun. So yeah, so on the next slide we have another big website here. So uh, I think it's safe to say that this is one that I myself used a lot.
Mm.
But Albert, you probably were not fully active with, if that sounds about right.
Yeah, that this one I was not on as much, but I was aware of it.
Yeah, so this is the Jurassic Park Institute. So, of course, Jurassic Park, beloved franchise, perhaps maybe too beloved, but we certainly owe a lot to it. Um, when the third film came out uh, back in 2001, they created this website as like a tie-in to the franchise. And how do I kind of describe it? I mean, it kind of does the same thing that a lot of the previous sites we've talked about did. It had it profiled a bunch of dinosaurs and talked about the Mesozoic, and gave facts about each one, and it had lots of artwork for each species. Um, but it was sort of like an in-universe thing as well.
Mm.
So like, I can't. I'm probably gonna butcher this. The the Jurassic Park Institute was supposed to have been founded in the JP universe as like the research center
Oh, right. Yeah.
that provides, I guess, the reference materials, if you will, for like the Jurassic Park itself,
Right.
and that's where they do the research on the dinosaurs that go on. Um, but honestly, for me, like the appeal of the site was not like the Jurassic Park angle; it was the fact files themselves,
Mm-hmm.
because this was another one of those websites where they would not just profile the popular dinosaurs, much less all the ones that appeared in the movies, but like they went above and beyond to include a lot of obscure animals. Um, just dinosaurs that I'd never heard of, and many of them
Mm.
I learned for the first time on this website, which is it's just saying a lot. Um, so, of course, what's kind of neat to learn about the Jurassic Park Institute is that it was actually in relatively good hands. So, that consultant list is has a lot of big names that some of you might remember. So, um, Joe Lacuzzo, who was actually the publisher for the Dinosaurs magazine, that some of you might have remembered back in the '90s. Robert Bacher was there. Steve Brusade,
Mm.
Chris Cotese, who, if you're familiar with paleogeography,
Mm.
he's done a lot of maps of the world
Yep.
back in the prehistoric past. Um, Neil Larson of the Black Hills Institute, who I guess is the brother of Pete Larson,
Yep. Mm.
who's probably a little bit more well known. Neil Larson is like an expert on ammonites, so he's kind of the ammonite guy to
Mm.
go to. And then Dinah Zyke, who is an educator, but she has written over 150 books for like an educational materials, which is like holy crap, that is prolific. Um, but of course, uh, we have Tim Bradley to thank for all of the artwork on the website, and he illustrated every single dinosaur in this website, and it must have been a huge labor. Um, because like they're all beautifully done with wonderful color schemes. They're all active. They're very Paulian dinosaurs, basically. The ones that birthed Jurassic Park to begin with. And what's kind of neat to learn is that Tim Bradley is still very much active as a paleo artist.
Hmm.
He's published many books, and he's worked for Dynamation, so the animatronic dinosaurs that some of you may have seen if you went to zoos and museums back in the 2000s, as well as for Hasbro. So if you collect Jurassic Park toys, he designed a lot of them. Yeah, and he's still around and he's still making art. In fact, I looked at just last year. He published a children's book on Hatzegopteryx
Hmm.
that he also illustrated himself.
Hmm.
So that's kind of neat to learn.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, definitely in the early 2000s, this was a big staple of my childhood, and I loved looking through it. But also, like the Walking with Dinosaurs website, I'm kind of surprised to learn now that it had a really short lifespan.
Hmm.
So it was founded the same year as Jurassic Park 3, 2001, and it was essentially done, or it became defunct in 2006. So not very long.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, but what's kind of neat, like the Walking with Dinosaurs franchise website, um, a lot of the art is still around.
Hmm.
Um, Using the Wayback Machine, the art does not work on the website necessarily. You can't really click on the images that much anymore to have like full scale artworks to kind of see them clearly. But if you Google, Jurassic Park Institute, I think there's like a wiki that somebody put together that
Hmm.
has tried to like put all those elements together. But yeah, all those artworks are saved. You kind of just have to dig for them. But yeah, they themselves are varying quality for sure. I mean, in terms of accuracy, of course, it's Jurassic Park, so
Hmm.
not everybody had feathers, but there were also a couple animals that did,
Yeah.
which was kind of surprising, and like they were all still very active, and they, for the most part, resembled what we thought those animals looked like at the time.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
it was probably like one of the best paleo art areas at the time for the early 2000s. And the Jurassic Park Institute itself has kind of fallen by the wayside. Of course, Jurassic World is now the franchise. So that kind of went with that. But it was prolific for a time. I had the Jurassic Park Institute field guide, which was illustrated by Bob Walters,
Hmm.
another prolific paleo artist. I think he's still very active. And that was written by Dr. Holtz,
Right. Yeah. Hmm.
incidentally. So, and that itself was a fun little book. It had a lot of Holtz isms, as I like to call them. His particular writing style, which is very fun. Um, and yeah, that was definitely like the big thing. I had the sticker book too, which I used to love. Um, but yeah, so the Jurassic Park Institute was definitely. I've had to pick three of the websites that I really like held on to as a kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
It would be Walking with Dinosaurs,
Hmm.
Zoom Dinosaurs, and this
Yeah.
for sure. I don't know. Do you have anything to add about this, Albert?
Not too much. Like I said, I didn't spend too much time with this website itself, but I definitely do recognize the artwork, and I saw them a lot just browsing the internet. And yeah, very, very iconic. And I'm sure it was an excellent resource by the sounds of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I remember spending time in school, like when I was done with my computer work, I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
let me play around on here and read about the dinosaur of the day, right?
Hmm.
Pentaceratops or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a really good time. Uh, so now this next website, this is one that I definitely did not grow up with personally,
Yeah.
but I know you were definitely um, you actively followed this for a time. So
Mhm.
this is the dinosaur mailing list, or specifically the archives of the dinosaur mailing list. So this is also one of the older websites on our episode today. So this came out in 1993, later in that year. And this was hosted by the University of Pennsylvania for a time. But eventually it became archived by the Cleveland Museum of Natural History after a number of years. Now, the thing about the dinosaur mailing list is that it's not gone, as you can see here.
Mhm.
It's not a defunct website in a sense. The dinosaur mailing list is still active. people still contribute to it every
Mhm.
day. Um, but the archives, so all the old stuff going all the way back to the 90s, um, that was removed just last year
Yep.
in 2021, incidentally. And that was definitely a kind of a tragedy for a lot of folks for
Mhm.
sure. Because listen, if you want a really good time capsule for what was the talk of the day
Yep.
regarding paleontology from 1993 till 2021 at least, the dinosaur mailing list was pretty much the place to go,
Yep.
um, because all the paleontologists were using it, and then some, and the topics could vary widely, and they often corresponded to, like, what was the big paleo thing of the year,
Yep.
right? So if you look here on the image on the right, this is actually a review by Dr. Holtz of the Lost World Jurassic Park
Yep.
when that came out, and it has his comments about, like, the look of the animals and his general thoughts and everything. And honestly, reading that is like uh reading Cicero. It's like this is like an old, like, there's no way, like you would find this, like, just anywhere. You have to, like, dig deep down into the literature to
Yeah.
find something like this.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's so jarring to see, because, like, I mean, I certainly remember growing up watching the Lost World Jurassic Park, but I never paid attention to reviews or like newspaper articles about
Mhm.
it or things like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was just a movie that I went to see. Um, so, like, seeing the response from people at the time, like commenting on it, like paleontologists, it's like, wow, you realize that some things change and some things stay the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Indeed.
It's remarkable. But yeah, I mean, they would get, like, in its heyday, they would get like 100+ emails a day,
Right.
and so, like, there was always something going on in the dinosaur mailing list. And so, thankfully, with the Wayback Machine, you can access a lot of this.
Mhm.
The archives are not completely lost to the internet; they're still around, and yeah, there's always something interesting to find for sure. So yeah, Albert, tell us a little bit about your experiences with
Yeah. Sure thing. So yeah, this mailing list really was like the place for online paleontology discussion, at least in the 90s through the 2000s. And like you said, yeah, very active, lots of users on there, including many working paleontologists. And in its heyday, it was very active, and just like you said, they would talk about major paleontology news. There would be intense discussions about controversies in paleontology, like things like the origin of alien flight and things like that. People would comment on new studies and movies and documentaries that were coming out. Yeah, you would get reviews like this, and to be clear, the dinosaur mailing list is not dead. I've seen people who claim that it is, like, just because the archives are no longer accessible directly. People always say, "Oh yeah, the DML is dead now." DML is kind of the shorthand version of dinosaur mailing list, but no, that's not the case. It very much is still active. However, it is not nearly as active as it once was in its golden age. Nowadays, the majority of posts are largely just people, and mostly like one particular person, Ben Chrysler, bless him, he does his best keeping us all updated on about things like this, who sends in like notifications about whatever new vertebrate paleontology papers have come out recently, essentially. But that is pretty much the majority of the activity nowadays. It's quite rare now for there to be any actual conversations about stuff on the mailing list. Like sometimes there are. Occasionally someone will like send in a question or bring up something that causes someone else to respond. But by and large, a lot of the conversation about paleontology has moved to other localities. But even so, the DML is still I think a very useful resource because, in large part, thanks to Ben Kreisler and his paper updates. And so, if you want a good place to keep track of paleontology news, especially about dinosaurs, it's probably still a good idea to subscribe to it. At least it's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, because like a lot of the information about the dinosaur mailing list itself has sort of been lost with the loss of the archives. It's very hard to find like the correct instructions to actually subscribe to it. I have typed up a version of it on one of my blogs, and so I will share that in the description below if you're interested in subscribing to the DML. But yeah, it's very hard to find like any actual like operation information about the mailing list now with the archives gone. And the archives really were a very useful resource themselves too, because like you said, they were a time capsule, like recording like all the messages that have been sent to the list like within most of its history. And that meant that you did not have to be an actual subscriber of the Dinosaur mailing list to follow the discussions on there. You could come onto the archives and it would update at the end of every day, and you would see what people had been talking about and what news has been shared and all that. And so for a long time, I actually did not subscribe to the mailing list myself. I think my earliest experiences with it were, at least like consciously knowing what it was in the maybe in the late 2000s, like when I probably like come across it before that, but like it was just like, it didn't register to me like what it was meant to be. Like maybe I just come across like a message someone had sent that was relevant to something I was Googling, something like that. But I think like starting in the late 2000s was when I really started like check on it regularly and try and keep up with like the discussions that were happening there. Because it was around that time when I had started to get more into like the academic side of paleo. Like, I wasn't like in academia at the time, arguably, but I was following like academic discussions, trying to understand things like technical papers and what paleontologists were saying about their research and about the news and such. And so, yeah, I would check on the archives at the end of every day and just keep following along with the news, and it was super useful. And I thought a lot of the discussions were really interesting and illuminating. Later on, when I started college, I think I started actually subscribing to it. So that would have been in the 2010s, and yeah, and I'm still subscribed to it because of Ben Kreisler's useful emails. It is still a pretty good place to keep track of news like that. But yeah, not much discussion anymore. That has kind of fallen by the wayside. You don't get like people sending in like reviews of documentaries and movies and such anymore. At least not often. But yeah, so it's kind of it's a sort of a relic in this day and age, but it's still kind of chugging on. But it is a shame that the archives are essentially gone. They are accessible with Wayback Machine, and people have made backup copies of it available on the internet now, so you can actually like download like all the messages as like a zip file or something like that from various sources, which I'll try to remember to put a link in the description. But yeah, like the archives themselves, like not having like an active archive being maintained is a big blow, and the reason that it was removed was because the Cleveland Museum of Natural History had started to. It used to be that the archives would bring like a lot of traffic to their website, but I guess that's for one thing, the DML is not as active as it used to be, and also kind of maybe that kind of metric is probably not as much of a priority nowadays, and so they decided to kind of downsize, and one of the things they cut was, well, the archives of the Dinosaur mailing list. And so at the moment there is no active public archive of the emails being sent to the mailing list anymore. So if you want to see like the messages, you have to subscribe to it. However, subscribers can access like an archive of the mailing list on the website that is still managing the list itself. But yeah, you had to like actually log in like as a subscriber, and you can't just like access it like the Cleveland Museum archives were once like. So yeah, fortunately, this piece of paleo internet is not completely gone, and it's still technically not dead. But even so, I think the loss of the archives in themselves, if it weren't for like the efforts to back them up by dedicated people, would have been like a major blow to the community. I know like people have cited messages from the dinosaur mailing list in technical papers, for for references. So yeah, it is an extremely useful resource for not just the news of the day in paleontology, but just to keep track of what people were talking about on the internet regarding paleontology at the time. And that is really valuable in terms of understanding the community and the history of this science.
Absolutely. And it's good that it's still available in a few ways,
Right.
at the very least. Even if like the main archives are gone, which is, I guess, it's kind of the power of like the internet,
Yeah,
being able
yeah.
to kind of save these things, because yeah, it's really a free for all when it comes to websites like this. Like
Mm-hmm.
sometimes domains are sold
Yeah.
and changed. Sometimes people just lose interest. Sometimes there's a crash, and a whole website can be there one day and then it's just gone. And unless somebody has saved it somewhere, it gets difficult
Yeah.
to kind of return to those sites. So it's very good to hear that there are at least backup copies available, just in case. Just in case,
Right.
Um, so this next website that we have here, this is another one that you had told me about
Mm-hmm.
that I don't really remember ever going on when I was younger, but it was definitely formative for you, as I understand it.
Yeah.
So this is the Thessalosauros.com.
Mm-hmm.
Thessalosauros being an ornithischian
Yep.
of certain classification. It seems to kind of go back and forth between ornithopod and ornithischian from what I remember, but
Yep.
I don't know what the status is. I can let you tell me about that. But so this came out in 1999, and this is by Justin Tweet. So Justin is a paleontologist for the National Park Service. Um, and he's also the author of the blog, which I believe is still ongoing,
Yes.
called Equatorial Minnesota,
Yep.
which is very fun. In fact, we definitely owe give a quick shout out to Justin for his 2014 article, A Brief History of Dinosaurs on the Internet,
Yes.
which is a very good kind of rundown of the kind of like what we're doing, just the
Yeah.
history of paleo online. And so we'll link that in the description for sure. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. Um, but yeah, so this website is essentially kind of like a dinosaur fact file
Yeah.
in a way. It has lots of cladograms and comments regarding the taxonomy of different dinosaurs and the research on them. But the main thing I noticed when we were doing research for this is that it's not very image heavy.
Mm-hmm.
At the very most, there are some anatomical images to accompany information about dinosaur anatomy. But as far as I know, there's not a whole lot besides that. And I think there's like a Thessaliosaurus page itself with
Yes.
some really cool photos of the skeleton at different positions. It's kind of irony for me because Thessaliosaurus is kind of one of my favorite dinosaurs. Purely aesthetic reasons. I just think it looks cool. So I'm kind of amazed that like I didn't really know about this website growing up, because again, I feel like it'd be right up my alley.
Mm-hmm.
But also, this is another unfortunate loss for the online community, because in 2015
Yep.
it was removed, and I can't remember specifically why, but I'm sure it is life events, that sort
Yeah.
of thing.
Essentially.
But yeah, Albert, I'll let you take over, and you tell me a little bit about your experiences with the Thessaliosaurus.
Yeah, sure. So I think like a lot of people love lists, and I feel like probably one of the most list-loving people might be like fans of dinosaurs. There are all these lists of like all the dinosaurs in the
Mm-hmm.
world that people try to maintain. And yeah, so I actually learned about this particular website from another list of dinosaurs, namely the list from Dr. Holtz's website, which is a supplement to his encyclopedia that was published in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
And so on his website, he mentioned like, oh, if you like lists of dinosaurs, here are some other similar websites that do something similar, and one of them was Thescelosaurus.com. And so I checked it out. And yeah, it is indeed a list of dinosaurs. It doesn't include anything that's closer to modern birds than to Archaeopteryx, but it does include like all the other Mesozoic dinosaurs. It's kind of an interesting list because it's not just a straightforward list of names or anything like that. It's a I feel like it's a very personable website despite the lack of imagery. Um, Justin Tweet is quite an engaging and talented writer. I feel he has like a very nice, interesting turns of phrase when he describes all these dinosaurs. And so for each dinosaur, there's not only a list of its name and who named it, as well as when and where it lived, but also like a few comments for each one about just special features that it has or just interesting trivia, notable facts about it. And in each one of those, like Justin's personality kind of shines through, and so I really enjoyed like reading through these pages when I discovered. And I would like regularly check back to look at the updates and such. He also had like a specific page on the website where he kept track of updates, like, hey, I added this new dinosaur today, or things like that. And so yeah, that was all really nice, and I was very sad when when he announced that he was not going to renew the website and that it was going to go offline. And in fact, we did like a special episode of our old radio show, Incidents and Reflections, which was going on at the time, specifically commemorating the Thescelosaurus.com, this website. Now, I will say that there is technically still a spiritual successor of this website that is still around, and that is the compact Thescelosaurus that is still run by Justin Tweet. And so, if you go on his blog, you'll find a link to it. It's essentially a Google Drive, a spreadsheet that is replicates the list of like all the dinosaurs he had on the website, and he still keeps that regularly updated to this day. And so, and in addition, I think he has added a few pages, or rather like different tabs to that spreadsheet. So he's not only keeping track of non-avian dinosaurs anymore, but also I think champsosaurs, which are a bizarre group of like semi-aquatic extinct reptiles, and also I think maybe plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs as well. I don't quite remember, but yeah, he's keeping track of a number of different groups now, extinct reptile groups. So yeah, I mean that's really cool, and it is certainly a useful resource. You can go there and you can sort by different types of information, like when the taxa were named, or like where they were found, their classification, or alphabetical by name, because it's a spreadsheet. So you can do all kinds of cool stuff with that. But you lose the pros because he it is much easier to add names to a list than to have to actually write something new about each of these taxa every time. And so I understand why he kind of like converted the Thescelosaurus format to this spreadsheet now, but it is again still a little bit of a shame that we don't have the original Thescelosaurus.com style with us anymore. That being said, like you mentioned, he does have a blog, Equatorial Minnesota, so if you enjoy his writing, you can still read it regularly on that blog there. And he still blogs about dinosaurs every now and then. Like he did a whole post series, like talking about all the different species of titanosaurs there are, for example, and his characteristic writing still very much shines through with that. Yeah, so that's pretty much my experience with this website.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, I second that about dinosaur lists. I mean, it's kind of like why I really enjoyed the Zoom dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yeah.
had a pretty good list of dinosaurs, and it's always funny when they would publish popular dinosaur
Mm-hmm.
books that would go to the trouble of putting a list, because like you kind of like expect that. Okay, maybe in like the next 3 months, like there would already be updates to this, like substantial updates to this list.
Right.
Um, so they're funny time capsules of like where we were regarding specific animals that appeared at the
Yes.
time. Like my Dorling Kindersley Ultimate Dinosaur book, it has a list just like that.
Mm.
Um, and it's actually one of those ones that they actually bothered to put all the defunct names to.
Right.
Where like, oh, this animal used to be called this, and so you go to this part of the book to read about this one, um, which is always funny because now all these lists have like Brontosaurus and
Yeah.
Cephalopods. It's like, well, now we'd have them both as distinct little tabs,
Right.
which is kind of hilarious to me.
Hmm.
Because yeah, Brontosaurus, that's a whole story there.
Yep.
So our next website here, this is kind of a fun one. We'll go to the next slide. A lot of speculative zoology, speculative biology folks out there that have made a lot of really fascinating projects, um, with like, you know, possible scenarios for evolution, whether on this planet or on other planets. If you grew up with After Man or The Future is Wild, you know what I'm talking about. Sort of like, making scenarios and then letting nature run its course with, a few tweaks here and there to
Yeah.
see like what comes out. And so in this, the Speculative Dinosaur Project that began in 2001, this is essentially the world if the Cretaceous Paleogene mass extinction had not occurred. And so the non-avian dinosaurs were free to continue doing what they did and, evolve to the, recurring changes that occurred on the earth after the fact. Because of course, just because, Ebola didn't hit the earth and just because Deacon traps weren't a thing doesn't mean that there weren't still, other geologic and cosmic forces out there to, shape the world. And it's kind of cool to see how the dinosaurs respond to that. And so, yes, this began in 2001. Um, this was the brainchild of a number of people who contributed at various points in times. Um, what's interesting about this is that the contributors, like the main contributors, would kind of come and go.
Yes.
So as life got in the way, people would leave, and then they'd have a new host come in, and then life would get in the way, and then they would replace it. And so this happened quite a number of times. But overall, some of the main contributors, and there were quite a few, but some of the main ones that really shaped the Speculative Dinosaur Project to be what it is include Daniel Benson, who's a sci-fi writer, big into speculative biology, who's also on Patreon, by the way, if you want to give them a little shout out there. And then there's David Marjanovic, who is a paleontologist.
Yep.
And if you frequented Tetrapod Zoology by Darren Naish, you are bound to have seen him in the comments section.
Yes.
Always putting insights in there. And very, very well done. I think he earned him the Tetsu Bulldog.
That's right. Yeah.
What we ended up going with. And then there's a Met Amala, who is also a paleontologist and an artist, who specializes in both 3D and 2D reconstructions of prehistoric animals and other sci-fi creatures. Very cool stuff. Then Brian Chu, another paleontologist, another artist.
Yep.
Specializes a lot in fossil fishes of the Silurian and Devonian. He's really interested in sort of like those major transitions in early vertebrate history. And then Nikolay Kilikov, there we go, who's another artist and is also a major author of sci-fi works. And so at various points from 2001 to 2011, they built up this website and this project and populated a whole world full of all sorts of strange and bizarre dinosaurs and other species. Now, again, this is kind of another situation where I was aware of this website, but I did not frequent it very much. But I understand you did quite a bit. So why don't you kind of give us your thoughts on the Spec Dino project?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I remember like discovering this website. I forget how, but it was mind blowing. Honestly, like I had known about Dougal Dixon's The New Dinosaurs, a book that was published. When was it published? Like 1980s.
It was 1988.
Yeah, okay, so 1980s was correct. Um, yeah, so which is a very similar concept, um, where basically what happens if the KPG didn't happen? And in a lot of ways, the new Dinosaurs was fairly progressive for its time. Like it had feathered non-avian dinosaurs, or at least like fluffy, fuzzy non-avian dinosaurs before we had direct evidence of such things. Um, but yeah, I mean, it certainly had its critics. Um, seeing this take on the same concept was mind blowing to me because it was so extensive. Like it wasn't just the dinosaurs. They had also come up with speculative mammals and speculative plants and speculative marine reptiles and mollusks and all kinds of things to populate their parallel universe Earth with. So yeah, very extensive. Um, it was really creative too. I'll get to like some of my favorite concepts in a little bit later, but like they weren't afraid to get very weird and sometimes kind of macabre with their concepts here. And I mean, nature is weird, so I I think like a lot of these ideas were, even though were pretty, I don't know, exaggerated. I think most of them, I feel, at least to me, at the time, did not feel like things that could not exist. Like they all feel like realistically weird, if that makes sense. Like yeah, I could see like some kind of animal evolving that. Um, and lastly, it was like really up to date with the current science. Um, like they were taking it into account, like all the latest paleontological insights and things like that. And so it was like taking the current knowledge of paleontology, which was already like fairly rarely represented in popular media at the time, and taking it even further, like a step further to create a speculative project. That was really impressive to me. Um, and like, yeah, let me think. It was also funny as well. Like there was a fair bit of humor kind of injected into many of these concepts. As we'll kind of allude to when I get to my some of my favorite concepts in a moment. But yeah, this was just really cool, and it was one of those websites where there were so many different pages that you could spend a lot of time just browsing through them and exploring and just looking at what they had come up with. Now, I think one of the reasons why it fell by the wayside, well, it was partly because a lot of the main people who worked on the project, and many of the names that you mentioned earlier, life had caught up with them, and they couldn't spend so much time maintaining the website anymore. But also because they kind of stopped being able to keep up with the science in a sense. I know like one of the major challenges, like one of the major discoveries that sort of stopped the project in its tracks, as it were, was the discovery of Tianrulong, which was an ornithischian dinosaur preserved with a fuzzy body covering. And it was like, oh shoot. So these fuzzy body coverings were not restricted to just theropod dinosaurs anymore. That kind of had implications for some of the biogeography and like the evolutionary trajectories of the groups they had chosen to feature. And so it was like, oh, we had to kind of rethink this again, and they just kind of never got around to accommodating that. And so yeah, so I think like even though the website for the Speculative Dinosaur Project lasted until like 2011 or so, it stopped having like regular updates after 2007 or thereabouts. And Tianrulong was published in 2009, I think. So yeah, there's actually a lot that could be said about the Speculative Dinosaur Project. Like an entire video could probably be done on it. But yeah, that's kind of the basic gist of what it was like. It has had quite a confusing history, I think, trying to keep track of it. It's like internet history, because I think it's been hosted at several different web domains, or at least I'm under the impression that every now and then every few years I would have to change to a different website to access it. But yeah, I think the last accessible version of it that was actually maintained by the project creators was in 2011. However, there are various versions of it that are still floating around on the internet nowadays, including, I think the most complete version is on the Speculative Biology Wiki. But I think that version of it was like put together by fans who just kind of grabbed as much of it from the old website as they could. So yeah, not being like officially sort of uh, put together by the actual creators themselves, but it is out there and it still preserves much of the original material, and I think is where I was able to get a lot of these images from. And so, with that said, I just wanted to provide a few examples of some of my favorite concepts from the Speculative Dinosaur project. Yeah, sorry because I am biased. All of these concepts are birds or bird-like dinosaurs, but again, like I said, it was very extensive. It was definitely not just dinosaurs. Like all kinds of different organisms were represented in this project, and a lot of them were like weird and wonderful creatures that were, I think, were real triumphs of like speculative biology. And I think this is probably this is definitely not the only attempt at like a what if of what if the KPG hadn't happened scenario, but it's definitely one of the most iconic and probably one of the most influential ones too. Like being in the mid 2000s, a lot of people starting their own projects were probably influenced by it to some extent, I would imagine. So anyway, some of my favorite species that were featured in the project. One of my favorites is definitely this creature on top, which is called Davy's Nerd of Paradise. And it is supposed to be like a late surviving relative of Confucius ornis, which is a bird-like dinosaur from the early Cretaceous. It was probably able to fly, maybe not especially well, but it certainly had like the anatomical features to do so. Like modern birds, it had a very short tail, so it shared with like modern birds, kind of a shortened tail with fused vertebrae at the end. And it is the most abundantly known Mesozoic dinosaur, probably, with thousands of specimens that have been collected. And it was around the size of a pigeon or so not a very big dinosaur. Convergent with modern birds, it had a toothless beak, so it didn't have teeth, but that was not a shared feature from common ancestry with an example of convergent evolution. And Confucius ornis and its relatives are currently only known from the early Cretaceous, but this is a speculative dinosaur project after all, and so I guess they came up with the idea that maybe there were late surviving members that made it to the end of the late Cretaceous and would have continued evolving had the end Cretaceous extinction not happened. And so one of the creatures that they had come up with was this group called the Nerds of Paradise. Also to note is that you can see that this creature has very large wing claws, which the Confucius ornithids had. So they had like flight capable wings, but the wing claws were still quite large, and they had quite well developed fingers as well. So yeah, hard to say what they were doing with them, but they still had a very kind of classic theropod hand, not quite like that of a modern bird. And so the Nerds of Paradise are intended to be not very good flyers. I think they're described as being capable of maybe gliding or parachuting for short distances, but not doing much powered flight. The thing about Davy's Nerd of Paradise in particular is that it has a very unusual defense mechanism. So I think it was described as living on Madagascar within this speculative dinosaur project. So it's one of those unusual island animals. And it feeds on a lot of toxic fruits and seeds and stores the toxins in its crop, basically, so part of its digestive system. Part of the reason for this is to keep itself safe from the toxins, so that the toxins don't actually enter its system. But it also uses this as a defense mechanism, and so it is able to projectile vomit these toxic compounds at its enemies, as is shown in one of the illustrations here. So it can either like shoot it from a distance, or if it wants to kind of release a lot of it at once. It can do it a short distance projectile by spitting up everything in its crop onto like whatever unfortunate enemy is lying just below it. So yeah, pretty nasty stuff is described in the project as pretty much being able to put off like any attackers under most circumstances. And it has yet another function for this toxic brew too, and that is pictured on the sort of top right here. So what it will do is sometimes it'll lie in a pool of this toxic substance that it has produced, and what this does is that the substance attracts things like insects that specialize in feeding on these plant compounds, and so that captures the insects and allows the nerd of paradise to get a good meal. Sometimes other small animals show up that want to eat the insects and get stuck in the goo, and that's also to its benefit as well, because then it can eat them. And so yeah, quite an interesting creation, and one of my favorite species from the project. And just to note, the name of this species is a bit of an in-joke, because as you mentioned earlier, David Marjanovic was one of the contributors to this project. And so Davy's Nerd of Paradise and the scientific name Vomit Avis, Vomit Bird, Marjanovici, are clearly references to David Marjanovic. And so, yeah, either self-deprecation or one of the other creators of the project kind of ribbing him. This unpleasant, toxic creature is named after named after you. Yeah. So very, very fun stuff. And on the bottom here is a penguin from the project. And so they had a few groups of like quote unquote modern animals in that were in the project. And so I think they called these like P penguins, like the letter P. And so they would preface like a lot of these quote unquote modern groups that might not have actually existed in the Cretaceous with the letter P, meaning parallel. And so the idea was that maybe some of these groups, even if they hadn't actually existed in the Cretaceous, might have still evolved anyway in a world where the KPG hadn't happened. And so this was one of the groups that they had, was like the parallel penguins, where penguins evolved anyway even though the KPG didn't happen. And they had this for some of the other groups of birds and also some of the mammals as well. So they had like parallel primates, for example, not mostly like things like that were sort of lemur-like and tarsier-like, not really like monkeys as it were, but yeah, they had things like that. So in any case, yeah, they had these parallel penguins, but they decided to, of course, make some of these penguins like terrifying predators of the oceans, and so they had things like the screaming ninja penguin of death in all capital letters and exclamation marks. And the scientific name Mortipinguis, I assume means death penguin, shinobi. So that's a ninja reference, I suppose. And yeah, it says on here over 3 meters long and over 200 kilograms. So this would have been a very, very impressive animal, bigger than the largest known total group penguins from our timeline, which already got to be very impressive in size, as you know, if you've followed our series Dinosaurs, the second chapter. But in any case, yeah, lots of fun stuff, and a speculative dinosaur project, a bit of a death world because there were so many of these weird and terrifying predators running around, including some from groups that you might not expect to be apex predators. But yeah, you could maybe get a sense of how fun it was to read through this website and just look at all these creatively designed and named animals. I definitely had a great time kind of just going through this website, certainly.
Oh yeah, these common names are killing me.
Right?
I can just think of like a David Attenborough documentary.
Yes.
Like, yeah, we have the screaming ninja penguin of death.
Yes.
In the ocean. It's just, that's great.
Yeah.
It's cool when you can like have fun with a project and just
Yeah.
be scientifically accurate at the same time.
Right.
You know, it can be done.
Yes.
That is great. Now, probably on like the complete opposite end of this,
Right.
this next website here, this is a game.
Yes.
So we'll go to the next slide. So This is Off-Road Velociraptor Safari. Now, what the hell is this? Well, so this came out in 2008,
Mhm.
and this is by Flashbang Studios, who are behind a number of games, including Blush, which is about a squid that kind of explores the ocean,
Hmm.
and Paper Moon, which is a black and white side scroller. But in this game, so you play as a velociraptor with the color scheme of a blue and yellow macaw, I believe. And of course, you got an old British colonial hat and monocle and a little I forget what this thing is called, a little button on the sleeves or whatever.
Right.
And you drive around in this Jeep, and your goal is to basically either catch or run over other velociraptors in this islandy jungle landscape. And if you catch the velociraptors, you have to take them to this portal that sends them forwards in time, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's about as bizarre as it sounds. And of
Right.
course, you play the raptor here, and of course you can do like all kinds of like aerial moves and
Right.
to back up points. And there's like little additions you can get to help catch. Like I think there's like a flamethrower on this thing, and there's like a chain on the back that can
Right.
that can drag behind you, and you swing it around, and it catches the raptors.
Right.
um, and yeah, I definitely remember playing this quite a number of times
Mhm.
growing up because I just thought it was the most hilarious thing, especially since first of all they went to the trouble of putting feathers on
Right.
this Velociraptor,
Yes.
which I mean, at the time, like we were kind of starved for that content
Yep.
anyway. So it's like, what are the odds? Like one of the more accurate dinosaur media online is this hit and run game,
Yeah.
basically with
Yeah.
dinosaurs. Um, Now, unfortunately, this game kind of has a weird, finale to its story, if
Right.
you
Right.
will. So the website is currently down. You cannot play this anymore. Um, it seems that Flashbang is kind of going through an internal change
Mm.
in production and development and priorities. And so they've kind of closed up shop, if you will, on hosting the off-road Velociraptors of Bari. In fact, they're going to make a sequel, and then that fell by the wayside at the
Right.
same time. And so, as of 2015, it seems this game was essentially done and gone.
Right.
And even like with the Wayback Machine, it's a similar problem with the Walking with Dinosaurs website that this needed Flash to play, and of course, there's no more Flash. There's no playing this. So at the moment, there's really no way to like kind of experience the wackiness that is this game.
Yeah.
This is a
Right.
weird game. It's a weird concept. There's no other dinosaurs. It's just these raptors having a wild time,
Yeah.
and it's hilarious. Um, I believe, as is the case for the Sea Monsters game, there are Let's Plays, or at
Yes.
least a Let's Play available,
Right.
so you can kind of get an idea of what the gameplay was like. But
Yeah.
I remember being very fun and very
Yeah.
mind-numbing nonsense. Because,
Yes.
sometimes you need that in certain days. So definitely massive props to Off-Road Velociraptor Safari. What do you think, Albert?
Oh yeah. Like I definitely agree. Like it's such a bizarre game. It is definitely memorable for a number of reasons. One is how bizarre it was, like just in concept. But yeah, the other thing was yes, the feathers on the raptors. It's like wow. Like honestly, like this is like you could argue like maybe the colors are not that plausible, but for a predatory animal, but like the way the feathers are arranged and the way they look, it's honestly like pretty accurate to what we think dromaeosaurs would have actually looked like. Like probably the main error, as it were, is that like the wing feathers should be also covering the hands as well, not just the arms, which is
Mm-hmm.
a pretty common error in a lot of feather dinosaur reconstructions. But like other than that, like this is definitely at the time it was probably one of the most accurate Velociraptor depictions in popular culture, probably. Um, yeah, and it came from this like super odd game, and yes, the game was really weird. Like it essentially like you you could gain as many points as possible by just trying to destroy like everything, basically. Like not only like killing the other raptors, but also like crashing your jeep and like breaking pieces off it, and you would be able to earn points by doing that. There weren't any other dinosaurs in the game, but there was like a pterosaur that would like fly past the sky every now and then, like fly through the sky, passing you by. And if you were really lucky and were skilled, you could sometimes kill it on occasion. Yeah, like if you were able to time things just right, for example, you might be able to like jump off a ledge and land on top of it as it flies by and crash it that way. But yeah, no, it was a really strange game that somehow still gave you a lot of like pretty odd and bizarre things to do. And yeah, no, I definitely had a good time playing this game when it was available. Was very impressed by the dinosaurs, and I'll just say too, like it wasn't just like the design of the raptors themselves. Like I remember the loading screen for the game. Like as it was loading, it would actually show like little facts about Velociraptor on there, and like each time you started up the game would be a different fact. But like one particular one I remember was something like Velociraptor had 14 secondary feathers on its arm, and like that is accurate. Like you can go and read a paper about that. That the quo knobs, the number of the quo knobs on the forearm of Velociraptor is 14, and so yeah, they did their research for this. They definitely did. And so yeah, lots of fun, and definitely the connection to the, however tenuous, to the science was the icing on the cake, and so definitely a very memorable game for its time.
Oh yeah, I definitely wish like there was more information we could find about like the motivation behind, well, first off making a game like this, and then also just deciding to not do a Jurassic Park again, and actually make a feathered Velociraptor like we think this animal actually looked like, and that's cool. Yeah. Massive props. Yeah, absolutely. So all right, this next website here on this next slide. So this is another one that Albert was more your forte. Right. I only learned about this because you had told me about it. So this is the Tyrannosaur Chronicles, featuring Tromador, the Tyrannosaur.
Yep.
So this was created by Craig Dilk, who is a teacher and a 3D artist as well.
Yep.
In fact, if you grew up with the Art Evolved website, you'll probably recognize him because he was also a major part of that as well.
One of the founders, yeah.
Yes, right. So this came out in 2006. This is when this began. And Albert, you'll be able to tell the story better than I can. So who is Tromador the Tyrannosaur, and why is he important?
Oh gosh. So this is such an interesting and creative project, I think. So first of all, if you Google the Tyrannosaur Chronicles nowadays, you'll mostly find results for a book written by Dr. David Hone, who is a paleontologist who studies tyrannosaurs, among other things. The Tyrannosaur Chronicles, the blog that we're going to talk about here, is not related to the Tyrannosaur Chronicles, the book, just to be clear. But yeah, the Tyrannosaur Chronicles, the blog, is supposedly a blog written by Tromador the Tyrannosaur, the main character of this blog. And he is portrayed in the blog by a puppet of a Tyrannosaur, as pictured here, wearing a staff uniform from the Royal Tyrrell Museum of Alberta, one of the most famous paleontological museums in the world. And it really does have like a specific focus on like paleontology. It's not just like a general natural history museum. Yeah, like, oh my goodness, this is an interesting work of fiction, I guess. So the way it tells the story is through these blog posts written by Tromador about like whatever adventures that he is having. And so throughout the project, there are these photographs of him as, portrayed by this puppet in like all these different scenarios. And that's how the story is told, through his writings and through these photographs. And not only that, but also through 3D artwork as well, done by Craig, as you mentioned. Now, Craig is also a character in the story of the Tyrannosaur Chronicles. In the story, he is essentially Tromador's discoverer and guardian. So the story is that he discovered Tromador as an egg while out fossil hunting one day. So Craig himself actually, in real life, actually did volunteer for the Royal Tyrrell Museum, which is probably the reason for all the background of Tromador. So he was out fossil hunting in the Badlands of Alberta, and he came across this egg, but instead of the egg being fossilized, it was an actual egg that hatched into a baby Tyrannosaur, who was named Tromador in this. Okay, I mean, I guess the puppet is actually named Tromador in real life, but like in the story, the young Tyrannosaur that hatched out of the egg came to be known as Tromador. And so Craig reared Tromador as a hatchling. Eventually, Tromador ended up getting a job at the Royal Tyrrell Museum, hence his staff uniform. And from there, like all kinds of different adventures happen. Yeah, in the story, the world essentially is our world, but with the major difference that occasionally these surviving dinosaurs pop up and are discovered while out fossil hunting. And there are various mysteries in the story that kind of unfold as Tromador kind of bumbles his way through life and trying to discover what it's like to be a Tyrannosaur and what it's like to try and fit into human society as one. And so one of the mysteries is like, why are there these surviving dinosaur eggs that are sometimes found in the fossil record, like in the story, and it's hinted that it has something to do with magic, but yeah, like where does that magic come from or anything? Nobody, it is unclear. But in any case, there are other surviving dinosaurs in this world, in this setting, that play various other roles in the story. For example, there apparently is one of the major kind of antagonistic forces in the story is this a group uniting like all the non-bird Coelurosaur theropods of the world, which is run by Tromador's cousin Larry, who is a full-grown Tyrannosaurus Rex, and in the story, he is meant to be like the Tyrannosaur who plays like a lot of the major like Hollywood roles of like Tyrannosaurus Rex. So for example, like he was like one of the Tyrannosaurs in the Jurassic Park movies was played by Larry the Tyrannosaur in the Tyrannosaur Chronicles. And oh my gosh, so it's as you can tell, like it's a pretty complex kind of world building thing. Like there are already so many of these different elements that get brought in here. There are all these surviving dinosaurs and how they interact with the people and the other dinosaurs in this world. There are like paleontologists, a lot of them being like real life, like actual paleontologist figures, and some of them are fictional as well, that are portrayed by Craig or his friends. And I have to say, like, it is mind-boggling how much effort must have been put into this, because you see these photos here, right? And like how like they had to be like composited or composed, or like gone through like post-processing, like adding these 3D models in, which are all built and sculptured by Craig himself. But like not only that, but like each post can have sometimes dozens of these images in them, like not just like one or two, like they were like extensively illustrated, and all of this was like essentially all run by Craig, like writing everything, like getting the photos and getting his friends to like cooperate and be characters in the story. Like all of that was like pretty much masterminded by one person, and so in hindsight, like I was drawn into the story like almost as soon as I had discovered this website, because I thought it was like so creative in so many ways. But like in hindsight, I really appreciate just how much effort went into this, and it is really impressive, like how long it was able to go, because the blog started in 2006 or so, and eventually life caught up, and Craig could no longer maintain the amount of work needed to keep running the website and continuing the story. So he officially announced a hiatus, I think, in 2011. Nowadays, the blog is still accessible, so you can go back and you can read all these storylines and adventures that Tromador has had. But yeah, it is no longer being actively updated, and unfortunately, it is quite unlikely that that Craig will be able to return to it just because of the amount of work that is necessary to do it. That being said, I still keep in contact with Craig occasionally on Facebook. We became Facebook friends rather shortly after I kind of reached out to him and said, hey, I really enjoy your blog. I think it's great. And so on. Gave him some comments on the story. And nowadays we still keep in touch occasionally, and he has actually shared with me some of his plans for future storylines had he been able to continue. But I think it's not really my place to spoil them here. So if you're interested in checking out this really unique story, you should go to the blog and just read through some of the posts on there. And I would say it really is a story that's I think in many ways it really speaks to people who are into paleontology, because there are definitely a lot of references to this that are very specific to people who are well informed about paleo. There are specific references to species or particular research papers or just arcane bits of knowledge that you wouldn't know if you weren't hardcore paleo fan. And I like some of the portrayals of a lot of these the dinosaurs in the story. This is one of the first media portrayals of duck-billed dinosaurs not being just defenseless walking slabs of meat, which are they're often depicted as in popular culture. Oh yeah, duck-billed dinosaurs, they didn't have horns or armor or anything. They clearly would have been just easy prey for predators, and that's kind of a stereotype of how they're often depicted. But in this story, oh my goodness. So one of the supporting characters in the story is this Lambeosaurus named Lance, who is pictured in the bottom right here. And so in the story at first, he is kind of antagonistic towards Tromador because he thinks that Tromador is a member of the gang of Silurisaurs that Tromador's cousin runs, who are always up to no good. And so he's always acting very aggressive towards Tromador, and he's like I got my eye on you, so don't try anything weird. And Tromador's like, well, why are you picking on me, man? Yeah, so I might as well add too that Lance the Lambeosaur here is clearly based on a species that was thought to be Lambeosaurus at the time, a gigantic 15-meter hadrosaur, but nowadays has been reassigned to a new genus called Magnipolia. So nowadays he would be called Magnipolia and not Lambeosaurus. But anyways, that's beside the point. But at one point in the story, I guess it's a spoiler territory, but might as well. It's one of my favorite moments in the story. Tromador, because he refused to join kind of Larry's gang, Larry decides to send some assassins after him. So he sends this elite group of dromaeosaurids to come and kill Tromador. Now, I might as well add at this point the feather dinosaurs. Yeah, all the dinosaurs are portrayed with feathers appropriately. Of course, because modeling feathers in 3D is pretty hard, especially for a one-man team. They aren't necessarily very realistic looking feathers, but they're there, and they're meant to be scientifically plausibly feathered. But the leader of the dromaeosaurids is actually a Deinonychus, who is portrayed without any feathers, but it's actually given a reason for that. So in universe, she is meant to be the actor who plays the raptors in Jurassic Park, and so that's the reason that she doesn't have feathers, is that she shaved them off for the role, and so she is shown without feathers. But all the other all of her followers, the other raptors in her pack, are portrayed with feathers. So yeah. So see what I mean about the references to paleo in the story?
That's great.
Yeah, right. It's quite brilliant. But in any case, Tromador's cousin sends all these raptors to come and kill Tromador, and it seems he's doomed and is surrounded by them and is about to be killed. but then suddenly Lance the Lambeosaur comes in and and saves him, and he does so in spectacular fashion. He basically just charges in and mows down the raptors, and being much bigger than any of them, he just makes quick work of like almost the entire pack immediately, and it is spectacular. Like definitely one of the finest moments a duck-billed dinosaur has ever had in fiction. I would say. And he later explains to Tromador that, okay, yeah, if they sent an elite team after you, then I'm pretty sure you're not in cahoots with them, because they wouldn't have done that if you had been. So yeah. And so they kind of make amends that way. And yeah, anyways, that was one of my favorite moments in the story. If you want more of this, you should really go and read the blog yourself. But yeah, well, what a wonderful story. I was very sad when Craig announced the hiatus, but knowing how much effort must have gone into it, I completely understand. And fortunately, the blog is still up, so what he managed to accomplish is still there for everybody to read. And yeah, that's my story about that.
Oh, that's excellent. That's very good to hear. It's definitely something that I feel like I should check out at some point, because I mean, the more I hear about it, the more I get excited.
It is a lot of fun.
I know, like, yeah, in our initial research, I looked through the website itself, and what's neat is that there are like audio visual components too.
Mm-hmm.
So like, Tromador has like a character voice.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's so funny. To me, it sounds like a mix between Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb
Yeah.
and the late Gilbert Gottfried.
Right.
It's it's great.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, the videos are really entertaining too.
Yeah. My goodness. The creativity behind a project like this, just hearing about it just makes me excited. Like, ooh, I really missed out. But no, it's good it's still around. That's always nice to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Wish you could say the same for the next couple of websites here.
Indeed.
So we're gonna bring things down just a little bit, and we're gonna kind of close out our coverage by covering some webcomics.
Right.
Of course, it's a vital part of internet history. Everybody loves webcomics, and as you might expect, there were quite a few for the paleontological community, including with many in-jokes and very wonderful artwork.
Yes.
So we have at least 3 here that we're going to cover. So this first one, this is Parry and Carney. So this is another Mike Kesey production.
Yep.
Parry and Carney came out in 2005, and essentially it's the story of a Carnotaurus, Carney, and Parry, the Parasaurolophus. And you might think, oh, it's 2 buddies taking on the world. They're going to explore the wonders of paleontology. Well, the very first comic, like the absolute beginning of this whole thing, as you can see here on the top.
Yeah, warning, there's some cartoon gore on here.
Oh yeah, I guess we should probably. Yeah. But yeah, they introduce themselves. Hey there, I'm Parry, the Parasaurolophus, and this is my buddy Carney, the Carnotaurus. And he's like, hello, and he's like, together we will provide you, the reader, with hours of rollicksome entertainment in this finely crafted comic strip. And then Carney just bites off his face.
Yeah.
And so, thus, the true pattern of character development comes to light.
Right.
Parry never returns.
Yeah.
So for a comic called Parry and Carney, there is no Parry practically throughout the rest of this thing, and it's just Carney meeting various dinosaurs and other creatures,
right? And
sometimes like actual paleontologists
and
stuff too. And the punchline is he bites off their face or their head. Or something along those lines. Now, of course, occasionally it does derivate a little bit.
Right,
you can see below there's a hilarious homage to a Louis Ray piece here.
That's right.
But that's basically the gist of the comic, and it's very macabre humor.
Yep.
Which, if you love that, then you'll probably really enjoy this.
Yes.
Which is a shame that it's no longer available. So this is not a long-running comic strip.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mike Kesey has had many projects, and of course, some things had to go. to make room for other things.
Mm-hmm.
And so from 2005 to 2007, he was regularly updating Parry and Carney. But by the end of 2007, that was really the last updates, and that was kind of it for the characters.
Yeah.
And by 2019, the website itself that it was hosted at became unavailable. So you have to go on the Wayback Machine in order to read the whole strip.
Right.
There's not a lot, but like what there is just hilarious and
Yeah.
spectacular, and I'll never forget seeing this the first time and just laughing at the humor and also just the imagery.
Right.
Because
Right.
like the animals, as you can see, like they look really good.
Yes.
But the thing that always used to make me laugh was that, so of course theropods and cheeks is kind of a weird subject.
Yes.
And so in order to give the illusion of Carney biting off an animal's head, they give him these huge cheeks.
Yeah. Right.
It cracks me up. And I know you were very well familiar with this comic too, Albert.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And you pretty much summarized the gist of it. And yes, like you mentioned, like a lot of the animal reconstructions in this comic actually hold up really well even now. A lot of the feathered dinosaurs, for example, like they are still very plausible in terms of like their feather extent and feather types that they have. And this was something like in the mid 2000s where that kind of knowledge was not really as commonplace as it is among the paleoartistic community nowadays. So there's definitely some really impressive paleo art going on in here, despite the sort of cartoonish style. Obviously, they do have googly eyes and exaggerated facial expressions, but other than that, there's clearly a lot of attention to detail and to the science being done in the art of this comic. And so, yeah, in terms of what I enjoy about the comic and kind of my experience with it, I think I discovered this comic also because it was linked on Dr. Holtz's website. His main page on the University of Maryland website, where he has links to, of course, his courses and his publications and so on. But he has a tiny little section at the very bottom of the page for fun stuff. And it's just a small handful of links to like online comics and such, and one of them was Parry and Carney. And as it happens, Mike Kesey was a former student of Dr. Holtz's, so I guess that's the reason was there. Definitely part of the appeal is the humor. There is, of course, the main kind of running gag of the fact that not Parry, the fact that Carney just like eats everybody else's heads and such. But there are like variations to that gag where kind of a corollary to that is that Carney can eat anything's head basically no matter what. I think with a handful of very few exceptions, it doesn't matter like the physical traits of the other animal or whatever it is. Like Carney can bite off its head, like even if it's a picture in a book or a something in a flashback, or like an animal that's much bigger than he is, or an indestructible robot. Like he can decapitate them no problem. So that's kind of one of the jokes. But I think even more than that, what spoke to me was just like how hardcore the in-jokes were in terms of like paleontology. The jokes in this comic, a lot of them are things where you really have to be like very into paleo or the paleo community to really get. And one of my favorite examples is the one on the bottom here, the comic strip on the bottom, where, like you mentioned earlier, they basically used an actual paleo art piece by the artist Louis Ray and replicated it in the comic, of course redrawn in the Parry and Carney style. And the context within the story, insofar as there's a story to this comic, is that Carney and his girlfriend Carnita are trying to figure out how to make babies because they don't know how. And this is kind of the subject of a whole mini arc in the comic. So there's a whole series of several comics where they try to figure out what making babies is all about. And so apparently they first tried to look in the books, but they didn't find any answers there. And so now in this comic, they're about to try the internet. And so, yeah, they're like, well, literature was a bust, so let's try the internet. Hey, here's a link. Louis Ray, Carnotaurus Sex. And yes, this was the actual title and a parody of the actual artwork that was available on Louis Ray's website. And kind of ironically, given the subject of this episode, I think Louis Ray's old website is also not accessible anymore. So yeah, I guess technically it could actually count as one of these defunct paleo websites. So you might still be able to find this particular image that he did of the mating Carnotaurus, but the actual his personal website where he put it on is gone, or at least inaccessible. I think the last time I tried to access it, there was like a security message that popped out. I was like, nope, you can't go in here. So yeah, I think there's something that's gone wrong with the hosting, and it hasn't been fixed. But in any case, so they see the image that Louis Ray did showing the mating Carnotaurus, and their conclusions are, that looks difficult. Besides, where would we get the pterosaurs? I just thought that was really funny. And I believe in the next comic after this, they actually go and find the pterosaur and like ask him, like, hey, can you get some friends and pose in the background while we do something? And it's like, yeah, that was funny. So yeah, like a lot of these are like direct references to actual things in the paleo community, or made by the paleo community, or really like niche pieces of paleontological knowledge, and being incorporated into this comic. So all those things combined, I think, really made this comic quite a delight, even though it was pretty short-lived ultimately. And just to note, Mike Kesey is still very much active in the paleontological community, and he still has several personal projects that are still active, that are relevant directly to paleontology. Notably, one that is quite well known now is Philopic. So Philopic is a database of silhouettes of various different kinds of organisms, and anyone can make an account on Philopic and make their own silhouettes to upload into the database. And so at this point, it covers the tree of life quite extensively. And these silhouette figures are, of course, quite useful because, sometimes you just need something nice and simple like a silhouette to illustrate or enhance your figures, especially if you're like making scientific papers or diagrams and such. Like if you have a phylogenetic tree and you want examples of all the different organisms that are in your phylogenetic tree, you can go and download all these silhouettes and put them on the side of the tree, and that makes for a pretty attractive figure. So yeah, Philopic is very useful, and Mike Kesey is still actively upgrading the website, trying to make it more user-friendly and easier to use. So is still very much an active project and is an extremely useful resource. And furthermore, even though Mike Kesey no longer does Parry and Carney, he actually has still been making comics in recent years. And in fact, he has now set up a dedicated website for them called Kesey Comics. And there you can buy basically his more recent comic works. Now, notably, these comics are still very much related to paleontology. So the one he is currently working on is called Paleocene. It is meant to be a 6-volume series, and I believe the first 3 volumes have been released so far. The premise, the story for the Paleocene is that it's essentially taking place in the Paleocene epoch, quite shortly after the end Cretaceous mass extinction, and the main character is an early primate who is living at the time. So she's a mother with 2 kids, and one day one of her children goes missing. So she sets off on an adventure to try and go find her again. Even though it's a very different type of storytelling from Parry and Carney, which is a lot more gag focused. But it has a lot of the similar appeal, I think, like the attention to detail and the way that so many of the creative decisions in the comic are grounded in science. For example, the overall color scheme of the comics is not quite grayscale, but it's sort of colored in very muted types of colors, like grays and such. And that's meant to reflect the fact that those early primates in the Paleocene have not evolved color vision yet. So they kind of see the world very differently from us. And in one of the recent volumes, there are actually a few pages where the story kind of shifts the perspective of a bird, and there you get a completely different coloring style, where the colors are a lot more vibrant and more diverse, and that's meant to kind of reference the fact that birds have a wider spectrum of color vision than we do. They have exceptional color vision, so it's very different from how the primates see the world. Really impressive. Of course, Paleocene is still ongoing, so you can go check it out and buy it on Mike Kesey's website. But since this episode is about defunct websites, maybe we have spent more time on it than strictly necessary. Do you have anything else to add, or should we move on to the next one?
Well, I'm definitely very fond of Mike Kesey. Philopic is, just to agree with Albert, is very helpful. In fact, some of you may have noticed we used a couple of his silhouettes in Humanity: A Prologue whenever we were doing hominin phylogenies. And in fact, I believe he actually was like the artist behind many of the silhouettes for each of the different hominins. He covered all the species, so it was very helpful to me. Yeah, and Paleocene is great. He actually did another comic, kind of like at the other end of the Cenozoic, called Pleistocene, which is kind of cool. So Mike Kesey is down with the hominins. I always appreciate that. Whenever I post something on Twitter about hominins, he's usually there giving a like. So I always appreciate that. But yeah, well, that's excellent. Yeah, Parry and Carney, definitely a classic. On the next slide, we definitely have another short-lived classic comic. Probably a bit of an outlier in terms of all of the stories and websites that we've covered here today. So this is Walcott's Quarry. So this was made in 2008. That's when it started. And this is by Marieke Ebbe. Now, Marieke Ebbe was an artist who was always fascinated by the Cambrian explosion and the sorts of strange, bizarre organisms that were around during that time. And so he went and put them into this comic called Walcott's Quarry, which is inspired by the Walcott Quarry that actually exists in British Columbia, where the Burgess Shale is found. Incidentally, Walcott is named after the paleontologist Walcott, so it's like a reference inside a reference of a comic, which is kind of fun. And it stars this trilobite named Walcott, and they just kind of have random small adventures in the Cambrian world. And there's like a kind of an ongoing plot thread, I guess you could say, where like Walcott is trying to preserve the animals and plants of the Cambrian in the soft silts to create the perfect Lagerstätten for future generations of paleontologists. So that kind of frequents every so often, which is kind of fun. And as you can see here from the images on the right, most of the comic is done in sort of like an above view angle, so you always see the trilobites and the other organisms from the top view, which kind of works because a lot of these animals are very flat. I mean, the trilobite is certainly the flattest you can get, I think. But occasionally they do derivate. Like I do believe that Marieke worked with Craig Dilk on a collaborative comic that they did for I think for Tyrannosaur Chronicles and E Trilobite, where they kind of like made a 3D Cambrian environment for the characters. And occasionally they do other fun stuff. Like I love this one here on the left that we put a panel of. The two trilobites actually escape from the computer and it's treated like this big grand adventure. Like, oh, what wonders we're going to see in this magical land. And they're crawling all around the actual artist's desk. And they find it just in a room. And it's like, oh, I thought it would be bigger. And that always used to crack me up. Now, so this comic ran from about 2008 to 2011, and it was made unavailable by 2014. But there was also a store, which is kind of interesting. So, like, there was a little bit of merchandise that was made for the comic, but obviously we can't access the website anymore. You have to go on the Wayback Machine. But it looks like the store is still there, with no sign of like it being closed at the time of the website, being unavailable. Right. So I don't know if I would personally try this, but I wonder if like you could still buy like the T-shirts and mugs with the different, Walcott art and other things that were available. I don't know if anybody's tried that yet. But what's interesting about Marieke is that they are still active. They're actually on Twitter they're at trilobite, so the trilobite influence is still there in a way.
Yep.
But if you look on their page, they are very far removed from the Cambrian. Um, according to their description, Marique is now studying epidemics, state power, and transnational science in the USSR. And he's actually now a PhD candidate for NYU's history department. So something happened between Cambrian explosion and Soviet politics that I just haven't been able to figure out. Um, so I wonder if like that interest in the Cambrian is still there, or if it's kind of like it's become more casual, or it's on the back burner. Haven't really been able to figure that out. But definitely like of the various web comics that we're going to talk about today, this is definitely one that I remember really enjoying and always getting some good laughs because like just like Parry and Carney, there are all kinds of like particular paleontological references in there that you could appreciate, especially if you were interested in Stephen Jay Gould, for example. So I always enjoyed that kind of stuff. Oh, what do you think, Albert?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Again, another comic with very hardcore paleo references, and I definitely enjoyed that aspect of it. And yeah, the art style is relatively simple, but it is quite appealing. And I like the fact that whenever like an Anomalocaris character shows up, you only see its shadow because everything is, like you said, like all the characters are usually viewed from above and they're all sitting on the seabed, but the Anomalocaris would be like swimming up in the water column, so you would only see its shadow like falling over the other creatures, and oftentimes they would of course react with fear since Anomalocaris is their natural predator, but sometimes they'd actually have a chat with them and talk about some interesting things.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, definitely a really great comic. Like we said, it's unavailable, but if you go on the Wayback Machine, they all should be available, so you can start from the beginning and
Right,
kind of
right.
follow. Like, I don't think it had a proper finale. It just kind of ended, and
Yeah,
that was that. So there's no like send off for the characters. But I mean, it's the Burgess Shale, so I think we all know what happens in the end. So I guess you can put two and two together there. Um, Now, this next comic, we'll go with the next slide here. So this is another one that's really kind of far out of left field. So this is Dawn of Time, and so this is also was founded in 2008, and this is by Michael Stearns, who's a comic artist and also a bit of a gaming artist too. He's also behind the game Tiny Barbarian. Um, but yeah, Dawn of Time. So this was also kind of a short-lived comic. It had run from 2008 to 2011, and yeah. So I did not grow up with this particular one. I only learned about it because you had told me about it, Albert. So why don't you give a little bit of information about what is Dawn of Time in the story here?
Sure, yes. So this comic is unlike the previous comics that we talked about in that it's not so much centered around kind of hardcore references to paleontological science. Indeed, the setting is not intended to be scientifically accurate at all, as you might be able to tell from like the center image there. But in any case, the main character of Dawn of Time is this cave girl who is pictured in the middle, and her name is Dawn, so that's hence the title of the comic. And basically, early on in the comic, she befriends this blue Triceratops who ends up being called Blue, and the two of them just go on and have many adventures together. Um, and yeah, so obviously this is a comic where humans are coexisting with Mesozoic dinosaurs and various other things besides. So it's sort of a generic kind of pop culture view of prehistory here. In terms of the story is actually kind of hard to describe because each chapter in the comic, so it's actually divided into several chapters, kind of tells a different kind of story. Now, there is continuity, so like everything that happens previously carries over to the other stories. But it did feel like the artist was trying something new with each chapter, and so all kinds of weird plot points and plot threads get brought in as the comic continues, and it's definitely unique, I would say. For example, time travel gets brought in, and there are all kinds of time travel shenanigans with like time paradoxes and people coming in from the future or traveling into the future, and so on and so forth. And yeah, it gets pretty wild actually. Maybe a lot more than you might expect from from first glance. I would say the setting too is quite interesting, not just because of the kind of anachronistic aspects of it, but there's sort of an ongoing thread in the comic where essentially Dawn does not act or live like most of the other humans in the setting. So first of all, she doesn't speak intelligibly from the viewer's perspective. Everything she says, like or almost everything, with the exception of a few words usually saved for dramatic moments, is kind of rendered in a sort of chicken scratch form. So the reader cannot decipher it, and also the other people in the comics do not understand it either. Now, I don't know if there's any actual code behind the chicken scratch, whether it is potentially decipherable by a dedicated reader. I've never heard any mention from the artist or asked them. And furthermore, most of the people in the setting do not live like stereotypical cave people. So Dawn is kind of unique in that regard. Most of the other humans in the setting, even though they're living in what was supposed to be prehistoric times, they can talk intelligibly. They live in houses. They have farms. They go to the market to get their things. So they actually have a sort of quote unquote human civilization going on in this world. But Dawn is kind of the odd one out, and there's a sort of running mystery in the story where it's like, so what's her backstory like? So where did she come from? If she clearly has a very different background from these other humans. But unfortunately, a lot of those mysteries remain unresolved, and that is because Dawn of Time was kind of ended before, I guess, perhaps it was intended. It was quite sudden too. It was just like in 2011 at the end of the latest chapter or latest story arc. Suddenly, the next comic that went up, the artist concurrently announced that this is the last comic, at least for a while. Kind of, again, it's one of those life caught up situations, and he probably couldn't find the time to regularly update the comic anymore. But in any case, this webcomic is going on a hiatus. The last comic, it does end on a rather kind of hopeful, the adventures will continue kind of note, but it definitely there were some plot hooks that had been dropped in earlier stories had just did not get resolved or picked up again. So clearly there was intended to be more originally. Now, that being said, even though there haven't been any new comics for Dawn of Time since then, in 2021, the artist actually announced that he would be making printed versions of the comic available. So these would not be new comics, but all the existing comics on the website would be collected into printed volumes. And so these are now available pretty much anywhere online that sells books, and you can get them. In fact, this center image here is the cover for one of the printed volumes. You can get them either as like one big volume or like two separate ones. And so that's quite nice, and I definitely got a two volume set myself to help support the work. There is some new artwork in there, so like the cover image, for example, is newly drawn, and he also added cover images for each of the individual chapters in the volumes as well. So that's pretty neat. And also, furthermore, there's some artist commentary in there, so definitely some pretty nice supplementary material to go with it. Every now and then, the artist actually still does make new artworks for Dawn of Time, just not like official new comic pages, but just artworks using the characters, and he uploads them onto his DeviantArt account. So if you go check out his gallery, you can actually find a few like sort of extra Dawn of Time content there. So speaking of artist commentary in the books. it is quite interesting to see how scientific accuracy or paleontological science gets reflected in Dawn of Time over time, because again, this comic is not intended to take place in a scientifically accurate setting whatsoever, and indeed, if you look at the earliest comic pages, all of the dinosaurs are pretty much very Hollywood inspired, you could say. Like the dromaeosaurids are clearly modeled after Jurassic Park, not how science understands them to look. But interestingly, the artist actually over time started incorporating more and more, up-to-date paleontological research or elements inspired by it into the comic. And I've provided like a few examples here. Well, in fact, if you look at the comic cover here, you can see that there are some dromaeosaurids in the background, and they are actually covered in feathers. So yeah, if you as you read through, even though their early appearances they were unfeathered, the dromaeosaurids that show up later in the comic, they are depicted with feathers. So yeah, that's quite interesting. And furthermore, there's some other stuff too. Like so on the left here, I chose a specific page that showcases a very recent idea that had been proposed in paleontology at the time, and that was the idea that the gigantic Astarchid pterosaurs were primarily hunting on the ground, and so they would basically stalk around on the ground looking for small animals to eat instead of just scavenging or eating fish as had been proposed previously. And so in this comic, Dawn is probably not having a great day because she just encountered this gigantic Astarchid pterosaur stalking on the ground that wants to eat her now. And furthermore, the artist also shows the Astarchid actually in the middle of running is able to take off into flight and continue pursuing Dawn. And that was something that was pretty new at the time too, where the idea of pterosaurs being able to take off from the ground very effectively. We didn't really figure out how they might have done that until around the time the comic came out, really. So these were very up-to-date concepts, certainly at the time, and still are quite well supported now. The ground stalker model of Astarchid ecology is still pretty much the favored one at the moment. And yeah, we now think that unlike very traditional depictions where pterosaurs were often said to be kind of lousy flyers that had to jump off cliffs to get airborne, that they were probably actually very effective with their very powerful forelimbs at kind of launching themselves into the air. They would do this essentially a gigantic push-up and just vault themselves into flight. And yeah, so all of these things were incorporated into the comic. Which is really neat. And there is one chapter in the story where there are some important supporting characters that are dinosauroids. That is to say, hypothetical dinosaurs with human-like intelligence. And that, of course, is based on a very famous thought experiment. But the original thought experiment that proposed the idea of the dinosauroid kind of depicted as this very humanoid creature with a very human-like body shape. But as other paleontologists have pointed out, that is not all that likely. There is no reason to think that a hypothetically intelligent dinosaur would automatically evolve the same type of body plan as a human would. Obviously, we have quite intelligent dinosaurs alive today. We have parrots and crows, and they certainly haven't become particularly human-like in terms of overall anatomy. So there is really no reason to think that Mesozoic dinosaurs, if they had evolved human-like intelligence, would do that. And so various other people have come up with their own dinosauroid concepts since then, and many of them are definitely. They definitely try to stick closer to what a normal dinosaur body plan looks like. And so in cases where they're meant to be modified from dromaeosaurids or troodontids or similar bird-like dinosaurs, they usually still retain a very kind of bird-like body form. And indeed, the dinosauroids in Dawn of Time are modeled after those sort of more bird-like visions of dinosauroids. They are essentially birds that use tools, and yeah, that's really cool. They still have very bird-like mannerisms and appearances. Yeah, it was really interesting to see more and more of these concepts being brought into the comic over time, even though it did not start out as any, and even as it ended, it wasn't really meant to be like hardcore scientific kind of comic at all, and even more than just incorporating paleontological findings. There are also actual paleontologists that appear as characters in the comic. And so on the right here, we see a comic featuring the paleontologists Jack Horner and Bob Barker. It's probably the best known paleontologists who are alive today. And so they're having a little disagreement, and so they decide to get inside their time machine and travel back into the past to where the main setting of the comic takes place, and to try and resolve their disagreement and see who is correct. And so, in case you guys can't read it on here, in the top panel, Barker is saying, "I'm telling you, this is crazy. Tyrannosaurus Rex was not an exclusive scavenger. Your evidence does not hold up to scrutiny, and even vultures aren't 100% scavengers. This claim is ridiculous." Whereas Horner replies, "Ever the skeptic. Have you seen those little arms? How could it catch anything? You're about to get a big taste of wrong all up in your face." And he steps out of the time machine, and he spots a blue running by, and he says, "Ah, a ceratopsian. Rex is bound to be around, waiting for it to die of natural causes." Yeah. Well, I won't spoil what happens next, but you can probably guess. In any case, Bob Barker and Jack Horner are sort of in this comic more as just like cameos. They don't really do much to affect the actual story. However, there are actually other supporting characters in the story, that are based on real life paleontologists, and these include the two kind of Victorian era looking guys in the background of the cover here, wearing the top hats. And so those two are actually meant to be Gideon Mantell and Richard Owen, some of the pioneers of dinosaur paleontology, indeed of paleontology in general. And in the comic, they also have a sort of similar kind of background to the Barker and Horner comic here, where they have some scientific disagreements. So they travel in a time machine that was invented by H.G. Wells, the science fiction author, and they travel back into the past to see what's up. And of course, the actual dinosaurs that they encounter are very different from what they had envisioned at the time. And they are quite important supporting characters in the story. So definitely, even though it's very much an unrealistic comic, it has all these really interesting references to real life. And if you read the artist's commentary in the book, he does mention that, he didn't start out the comic knowing a lot of these things about paleontological science, but as he read more into recent discoveries and such, he became inspired to incorporate more and more into it. And he also mentioned that, however, there were a few things where he was deliberately exercising artistic license, like the unfeathered dromaeosaurids he knew were wrong at the time, but he still did it anyway. But he then started to feel it was wrong to not include the feathered dromaeosaurids after a while, because maybe because he had started incorporating more and more of these more up-to-date concepts as well. And so that's why eventually in the later part of the story, you do see when dromaeosaurs show up, you do see them covered in feathers, and it is really interesting to see that evolution through time within the comic. So yeah, really interesting work. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I think I definitely was missing out on this comic growing up, because you actually had inspired me to start reading it from the beginning. And at the moment, I've stopped right before chapter 9, the Island Queen.
Yeah, that's my favorite. It's the one with the dinosauroids.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. I'm looking forward to that, because I have just been loving this comic and really enjoying it. I mean, the art style is great. Dawn is absolutely hilarious. Her facial expressions just kill me. And I noticed this when you first told me about it, that Dawn kind of reminds me of Princess Aurora a little bit, because she's got the hair swirlies.
Right, yeah.
I don't know if that was an inspiration or that was just artistic licensing, but I appreciated that for sure. And Blue is great, because I'm definitely a sucker for kind of like the person in their pet stories, where the pet is just this large animal that's just really lovable. And really a lot of the comic, now of course, as you mentioned, like it's not dialogue heavy a lot of the time, and I've always kind of appreciated stories that kind of let the visuals speak for themselves.
Right.
It's kind of pantomime in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And like for example, the image here on the left, the page there,
Yep.
I can definitely tell what's going on, and I always appreciated stories like that. And
Mm-hmm.
so there's definitely a lot of appeal to Dawn of Time for me in that regard. So yeah, I definitely have been really enjoying this so far. I'm looking forward to finishing it, and I think I will certainly purchase a hardcover copy myself when the time comes. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. Um, but yeah, I mean, I guess just getting into another thing, it is kind of interesting to see that, the fate of a lot of these websites and web comics is that, life gets in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And really for us, like it might seem at first like, oh, why didn't you finish this? This was great.
Right.
Um, that is, of course, until you actually decide to do these things for yourself.
Right.
So if we go on the next slide, you will see that we were also at the helm of a number of web comics over the last couple of years,
Mm-hmm.
and we've definitely experienced the ups and downs of this process. So we're going to share some of these with you all because they're also pretty much defunct for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. We can go in a chronological order here. So Albert, your brainchild was Raptor Maniacs all
Mm-hmm.
the way back in 2010.
Yeah.
So I believe this is actually how I met you
Mm.
because I was reading these different comics and I was just loving it. And so I had reached out to you and we had started regular communication.
Wow.
And, so tell us about Raptor Maniacs. What's the story here?
Yeah, sure. So I guess this definitely was in large part inspired by many of the works we have talked about in this episode. So I was like, oh well, I've always liked making comics. Maybe I should start putting my own work out there and give it a try. How hard can it be, right? Yes, in school I would always just like doodle comics whenever I had free time, and it always seemed to me like I had all these different ideas. I should be able to keep a comic going. Um, yeah, well, obviously, as we shall see, that didn't quite happen, but I did give it a try. And so the comic concept I came up with was called Raptor Maniacs, and it's about all these different Maniraptor dinosaurs that live in a natural history museum. So technically, most of them are actually museum displays and not like actual animals. In fact, there is one character that is literally just like a cast of a skull, and his name is literally called Skull. So the only like flesh and blood animal is a little house sparrow who accidentally flew into the museum one day and just never managed to get out again. And so yeah, all these characters kind of hang out in the Natural History Museum, and I guess the general idea I kind of had is somewhat similar to Parry and Carney, I suppose. Like I wanted to reference kind of hardcore paleontological details, like make references to recent discoveries or like notable paleontological in jokes. And there was like a little bit of like I guess you could say dark humor or cartoon violence in there as well, like again similar to Perry and Carney. I was also heavily inspired by the 90s cartoon series Animaniacs, and indeed that's where the name comes from. That's why it's called Raptor Maniacs, as a reference to Animaniacs. Now, in general, most of the characters are not meant to be kind of one-to-one parodies of the original Animaniacs characters, although Dinky and the Skull, so Dinky and the Skull, the House Sparrow, and the Skull cast of the Dromaeosaurid, they are obviously a homage to Pinky and the Brain, but in terms of the others, there isn't so much of a clear correlation. I did like sort of borrow elements maybe from the show, but yeah, otherwise these characters are kind of meant to be their own thing. And for a while, I actually did manage to update somewhat regularly for like only like the first year or so, or maybe not even. I did kind of upload these comics pretty often, but as time went on, life gets in the way again, and I guess ideas don't flow quite as easily as I expected, and yeah, the updates became dragged out more and more. Now later on, uh, I actually did start doing not just like episodic comics that are just gag comics like originally I started out with, but I started doing like actual story arcs with these characters. So actual like multi-part comics with an overarching storyline and actual character depth and character development for many of the cast. And I would kind of work on those maybe once a year and upload them to the website. So for a little while, I did that as well. But the last one of those story arcs I did was in 2016, and I haven't made any new comics since then. At least not really. Technically, I have drawn a few like small comics for a side blog that I also used to run to kind of accompany Raptor Maniacs, but we don't have to go into that. But in any case, like for all intents and purposes, the last update was in 2016. Now, I do still have one idea left for a story arc for these characters, and it is meant to be sort of the grand finale to Raptor Maniacs. And I keep saying that eventually I will make it because I am, of course, very familiar with the frustration of sort of following a story and then it just leaving you hanging and just not ending, and just never getting a resolution. So I do want to eventually, make that finale and upload that, but I don't know when that's going to happen. But it's on the cards. Something that surprises me is how often I've met people who have read and enjoyed Raptor Maniacs. In fact, just earlier this week, even in a paleontology themed Discord server, I actually met someone who said, "Oh my goodness, you're Albert Anikis. I used to read your comic all the time." And yeah, and that definitely was not the first time. I have met people who have told me, "Oh, I used to check your blog every day, just to see if a new comic uploaded." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness, I I let you guys down all so hard." But yeah, no, it is. It is very humbling and very gratifying to know that people actually enjoyed the comic, because honestly, like looking back on a lot of the old comics, there are some I do still like. There definitely are a few of these comics that I still enjoy myself, but a lot of the time I feel like the jokes or like the storytelling are not what I would vibe with today, and so it very much is sort of a product of my development at the time, you could say. And yeah, no, I definitely would probably come up with something very different if I wanted to start a webcomic now. Not that's gonna happen anytime soon. But yeah, so Raptor Maniacs, the blog. So because I hosted this comic on a blog, which in some ways might not have been the best decision because the format, when you try and go back to read old comics, it's not the most user friendly. But nonetheless, the Raptor Maniacs blog is still around, and I actually still update it now and then, like every few months or so. I do like write a new post on there. But mostly the posts I make nowadays are more text-based posts, are like meant to be informative. Like I talk about like groups of fossil birds or interesting things in Maniraptor and paleontology. And yeah, I haven't posted like any actual comics on the blog in a long time. But still, like I said, I do eventually intend to come back to that finale, and then maybe finally that will finish off that business, at least for now.
Well, I think I can definitely say that I was one of those people who would just gush about all of these comics all the time. Like we frequently had conversations where I reference like a comic or two that just really stuck with me. There are a lot of really good ones. Like there was one in particular that was like parodying the people who complain about feathers.
Yeah, right.
Like, going up on all the members of a group of dinosaurs. And
Right.
there was another one that was like a Christmas Carol parody that,
Right.
I think about those all the time. They're really great. Gosh, so yeah. So this next one here, all the way on the left, Tetsu Time. Oh gosh, this was back in 2014. So I was a freshman in college, and there's a whole backstory to this. But basically, this originated first as fan art, which in fact the image that we use here is of that fan art. So of course, Tetrapod Zoology, the famous blog by Darren Naish. and they had just launched their podcast where he was co-hosting with John Conway, who's a paleo artist, really prolific, wonderful artist. Um, and I was really a big fan of that. And I had, by that point, I was keeping up with like, Darren Nation and what they were doing with their lives, and I had learned that Darren Nation has kids, and so that means he's regularly exposed to a lot of animated films and TV shows. One of those, of course, being Adventure Time, which I had started watching as I was entering college because it was wacky and zany. I really enjoyed it. And so I had the idea, like, well, maybe I could, make this gift for him by doing this sort of Adventure Time parody with him and John. And so I whipped this together by, drawing him and John in the sort of Adventure Time Pendleton Ward style. And it was sort of like kind of mirroring the characters in the show. So like, Darren was supposed to be Finn and John was supposed to be Jake, the dog. And then I had I had chosen David Peters to take the place of the Ice King, who I guess like he's a villain in the show, but like he kind of mellowed out halfway through it, so he's a complex character. And of course, if you know who David Peters is, you'll know that he is a very notorious kind of fringe pseudoscientist who has just kind of got in his head that he has all the answers regarding the biology and appearance of pterosaurs, and now he's extended that to pretty much all of the vertebrates ever.
Right. Yeah.
And like he is like widely, disowned by pretty much the entire paleontological community. Widely criticized, but he just keeps going and going, and he's probably one of the most prolific writers and like internet personalities I can think of, because every single day he's got like a new blog post with artwork,
Right.
and it's like, how on earth do you find the time? It's crazy. So I put him in here as sort of the Ice King, and then I made one of his little pterosaur reconstructions there based on the penguins in the show, the Gunters. So we have the punter. I put this together and I called it Tetsu Time, and basically he got a big kick out of it, and everybody really loved it. And before long, there was a whole string of comments of people like, "Oh, well, this person should be this character," and "Oh, this is a great idea. That they could have the world like this." And it was kind of inspiring me. I was like, we might have something here. So I think I remember it was one night I called you up, and I'm like, "Hey, listen, I have this crazy idea. What if we turned this into a webcomic and we had a whole fleshed out world?" And you were like, "Yeah, let's do it." And so I remember we spent many a night, creating characters and fleshing out the world building. We made this whole world where we have animals and plants from all across geologic time, and they all coexist together in the world. And they're also sentient. So like, they talk and they have jobs and stuff. And what would happen would, Darren and John would go on these adventures, and they would all be inspired by actual posts from tetrapod zoology, as well as the usual talk of the day, with paleo people or natural history fans and whatnot. So like I remember one episode that we had was based on a trip that Darren took to Rio for a conference, the Rio Pterosaur Symposium or something like that, which was held at the now destroyed Natural History Museum in Rio. And we had this whole plot. We were celebrating pterosaurs, and then David Peters comes. That was his introduction, and he attacks the conference, and then paleontologist Mark Whitten comes and saves the day. It was a whole thing. And we had so much fun with this world building. We had we had a lot. We spent many a night working on this, and we had copious notes. We had all the scripts written for a whole first season of like 10 episodes, and we had planned very, very far. And like, all of this is still around. Like, we still have all of these notes in the back burner saved. And we planned so much for this. But by the end of 2018, a number of things had come up that had really complicated things for us. One main thing being that life was getting in the way. We were both in college, and
I was in grad school.
A lot of things. Yeah, that's right. And just so much had come up. So we would like start a comic and then stop, and there would be like mini hiatuses, which is why if you see the 2014 2018, that's not like we only had like 4 episodes made in that
Right.
entire time. Like we did not go far, like say Dawn of Time, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, like at one point, we even had some friends helping us out, illustrator Gareth Munger
Mm-hmm.
and Rebecca Groom of Paleo Plushies, who
Mm-hmm.
really contributed to kind of upgrading the art style and making it more like the Pendleton Ward visuals. A lot of very beautiful work in a lot of panels, and we were very appreciative of their help.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to a point where like it was just difficult to put all these together consistently. It's like, yeah, it is hard work, especially to like make up a whole panel from scratch and just keep doing it over and over again.
Right.
So we were definitely like getting in the mindset of we understand where all these other comic artists are coming from and they've had to stop projects. Um, and the other thing, and like this is a whole thing, but when you're doing something like this that's based on real people and you make them into characters and you want these characters to go on these these big plot threads
Mm-hmm.
and these big character arcs and you have all the stuff that you want to do with them, it gets to a point where it's kind of awkward, where you essentially have these characters based on real people doing things that the actual people themselves would never even dream of doing.
Mm-hmm.
And like it was honestly, it could get disrespectful at times.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, we've gotten lucky, certainly. I mean, even with the David Peters character, I don't know how the hell this happened, but like he actually like was referred to our comic one
Right.
day.
Yeah.
Like somebody had like brought it to his attention, and he had seen like his character and his portrayal, and his response was so like nonchalant. It was like, oh, I don't remember. I never went to that conference.
Right.
Left it at that. So like nothing about he's a floating wizard who has a crown and can control an army of pterosaurs and he's a bad guy. So none of that. Just I wasn't there at that conference. So,
Right. Right.
I shit you not. Like that's exactly how it happened. It all worked out. But I mean that was just us getting lucky.
Yeah.
And we did come to realize that if we wanted to continue on with the stories that we had, we would always run the risk of actually, offending and hurting people.
Mm-hmm.
And that was never our intention to begin with. This was very much a playful homage in like the best way possible. But like these are things that can happen. And so we had made the very difficult decision to stop the comic. And so we finished one episode and we put out like a little goodbye image featuring all the characters, and we just kind of left it at that.
Mm-hmm.
And it is kind of a bittersweet sort of thing, because to me personally, looking back on it now, like my thoughts about Tetsu Time kind of fluctuated, like waxed and waned. Because like on the one hand, I would prefer it if like Tetsu Time was not the thing that I was remembered for.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, like I have the web show here that I'm doing that I focused more on, among other things. But on the other hand, it was always so nice, like as you kind of alluded to, Albert, to hear from people how much they love the comic and just the support that we had gotten, and how Darren Naish was like totally understanding of our decision, but he would still, support, his characters and the show and everything.
Yeah.
And even occasionally I'll find myself like drawing some of them again. Like just recently, I had sent Darren Naish some Yowies, an American run of these chocolate candies. So they put these little animal toys inside, and of course the American edition, there's so many obscure critters, and he collects animal toys. So I sent him some, and I made a card and I drew his character with a beard, because I guess he's rocking that nowadays.
Right.
So like, yeah, I mean it's always very good memories
Mm-hmm.
with Tetsu Time for sure. What about you, Albert?
Oh yeah, I pretty much agree with all of that. I think ultimately it was a good idea to end it for the reasons that you said, but we got some like great interactions out of it, and like in terms of like the premise and the story, I think we had a lot of really good ideas. that I still like, and we certainly would be interested in, perhaps bringing them back in another form, wouldn't we?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like even at one of the TED Zoo conferences, like Darren and John went to the trouble of like advertising us on the big screen,
That's
like
right.
our
Yeah.
characters, and like that's so cool. That's so great. Um, but you're right. We were still very much inspired by what we had made, and it would be a shame if all those story ideas had gone down the tube, basically. And so we decided to kind of transition a lot of those elements into a new web comic. And so that's alluded to here in the middle. This is Chile and Yi that released about the same year.
Hmm.
So small backstory from this. Chile and Yi. So Chilesaurus, um, this was about, I think this was the same year, 2018.
Mhm.
Um, it was published, and it was a very, very bizarre dinosaur. It kept showing up at a bunch of different topologies. Nobody could really tell what it was because it had so many features from all three of the major dinosaur groups
Mhm.
that it was sort of like an enigma of paleontology. And so when it came out like that week, later on in the week, Ichi was published. And this was an even weirder dinosaur. So that was a Scansoriopterygiid.
Mhm.
It was a theropod. Um, the earlier fossils that we had would show these small parrot-looking things with really long fingers,
Mhm. Mhm.
and like nobody could really make heads or tails of what they were used for. I think the most common interpretation was that it was essentially the dinosaur answer to an aye-aye,
Right.
the lemur. So it would use the long finger to like tap on tree branches and pull out grubs. Um, and so when Ichi came out, it was a big surprise because it had membranes, like wing membranes, like a bat. Um, which is especially funny because one of the interpretations prior to Ichi's publication was some speculation in a book called All Your Yesterdays, which was a response to All Yesterdays, an important paleontology book. And somebody had speculated that, oh, well, what if the long finger supported like a membrane that you could help the animal glide or fly around? But like that was just speculation.
Mhm.
So lo and behold, they kind of confirmed that with this fossil. And there was so much talk about Yi that week that it literally overshadowed all the coverage of Chilesaurus. And so I had made a comic kind of in response to that after the fact because another paper had come out that had suggested a new topology for the base of the dinosaur family tree. This is the Ornithoscelida paper that was arguing that the theropods and the ornithischians, so the herbivores like Triceratops and the hadrosaurs, were more closely related to each other than the theropods were to the sauropods, the original arrangement. Um, and like this was another huge paper. It was a big buzz, and crucial to that paper was Chilesaurus because like that paper recovered it as an ornithischian, a very theropod-looking ornithischian. And so I made this whole little comic. I just threw it on Twitter one day of this Chilesaurus, like super excited about this paper, like, oh my gosh, I'm an ornithischian. And finally I'll get my revenge on that bastard Yi-Chi for stealing my thunder the first time. And I got to the Yi-Chi like seeing the thing on the news and throwing a bottle of wine. You son of a bitch! He's
Mhm.
pissed. And it was a whole thing. And so there was that. But then fast forward afterwards, I had made another comic because there was a fourth paper that came out that was basically arguing that all these different topologies that people had come up with for the base of the dinosaur family tree kind of had like equal ways of being right,
Mhm.
equal possibilities of being correct.
Right.
And so
Right.
like there was never really one that had priority over the other. And so kind of the Ornithoscelida model fell by the wayside, and really nobody talks about it that much anymore.
Mhm.
For a number of reasons. And so I made this comic in kind of response to that with the Chilesaurus, all in the gutter, downtrodden, finding out that its thunder had been stolen yet again. But then the Ichi comes and it's like, hey, at least we're still dinosaurs. And they kind of hug, have a moment. And it was really funny. So those characters were in my brain. So during one of our conversations, I brought it up. We're trying to phase this comic out into something new. What if we took those characters and kind of used them? And you pretty much agreed. And so we created Chile and Yi. We redesigned them a bit, and we took a lot of characters from Tetsu Time and brought them back because they were big fan favorites, many cases. Um, but like the premise was the same. Like we had this world that was shared by animals from all across geologic time, and they were sentient. And Chile was a student. We never really settled on undergrad, graduate, PhD. There's a whole process there. We just said that they were a student in paleontology, and they were interested in the origin of dinosaurs, of course, which is perfect because Chilesaurus is still a mystery to this day. And then E was a natural history filmmaker, so kind of like a young David Attenborough, if you will, who was well renowned. And their paths cross, and they butt heads at first, and kind of becoming almost enemies, really. But eventually, they kind of come around when they're forced to work together. And we planned out this whole story with the two of them, and it was really funny. And it kind of had a lot of the spirit of Tetsu Time,
Right.
Paleontology references and obscure animals as characters. We actually took the time to include a lot of weird dinosaurs and animals as part of the main cast. Like one in particular that we had only used for a brief period initially was a Hulska, the Hulscaraptor, which is a dromaeosaur that was semi-aquatic.
Yeah, apparently.
Kind of like and that was another like weird dinosaur that everyone was like, "Whoa, excited about!"
Right.
And so like we made a character with that, and then of course we also had characters from the original show, Knuckles the Calicotherium, who was a huge fan favorite. He only had like a really brief cameo in like the first Tetsu Time episode, but like he was like the one thing that everyone was like, "Oh my God, Knuckles is the greatest thing that was ever created. We want more." And so we expanded his role in Chile and kind of made him like a friend of Chile. But yeah, again, like let's see, 2019, I was pretty much graduating college by that point. And I was busy with other things, and I just did not have the time or the energy to continue working on this comic, which is saying a lot because we had greatly simplified like our comic making process, but even still, like it was a lot of work to get things right. And which sucks because like we had just introduced or reintroduced Knuckles' character into the comic right when we stopped it, so I'm sure a lot of people were probably pissed at us for doing that. But yeah, pretty much for the moment, Chile and Yi is technically done, like it's on hiatus,
Right.
or accurately. But we've talked about it before, and we kind of have come to an agreement that when the time is right, we would like to go back to this world and continue these comics, because even for the very brief time that we were working on them, it was still a positive reception. One of the people who described Hulscaraptor actually like reached out to us and was like, "This is great, woo!" Which like so it was sweet. That's always a good feeling. But yeah, for now like it's definitely on the back burner. But we also have written quite a lot for Chile and Yi, and we've fleshed it out quite a bit, and even like more so than Tattoo Time. Like I mean, there's a lot of like backstory stuff that even kind of surprised us as we were making it.
Right. Yeah.
It's certainly like they're waiting to come back. Yeah, what do you think, Albert?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think it definitely would be something that I would be interested in returning to if we had the time and opportunity. But I suppose that's the trick. But yeah, no, I definitely certainly enjoyed the process of making all these comics or helping to make them. And it really does give you that kind of first-hand perspective, because throughout this episode we've been saying, oh, it's such a shame that this website didn't continue, or that this comic didn't continue. I wanted to find out the rest of the story. But yeah, we, having tried our hands at this ourselves, we know how it is. Life gets in the way, and it can be very hard to keep up these projects, which can often be very time and energy intensive, especially when you're working on them without any kind of financial compensation. So yeah, certainly other priorities often will rise to take their place, unfortunately. But I think it was nice, and definitely it's not out of the question that some of these comics could return in some form one day.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is what it is, and at the very least, what we've taken away is a lot of really good memories. Working on these, like they've kind of helped build our friendship in a lot of ways, and I always appreciate that for sure. Um, so yeah, so that's kind of it for our like kind of nostalgic look through of all these different websites throughout the years, and definitely very influential to the both of us. And so if we jump to the next slide here, we decided to kind of like make a visual reference for the our paleo internet timescale, if you will, to just kind of get some perspective on all of these websites and their place in internet history, really. And when we were putting this together, a couple of things stood out to us, and interesting trends here and there. So as you can see, like scattered about are various paleo projects that certainly influenced us and probably many of you, and how they correlate to the rise and fall of many of these websites. And yeah, like it's interesting to see how the release of Jurassic Park, the original one, for example, kickstarted the dinosaur mania for a lot of people, and a lot of these websites were beginning because of that. As well as the Walking with Dinosaurs series, like that was definitely very influential.
Yep.
That kickstarted a lot of things, and so on. And yeah, this kind of gave us a lot of questions to think about regarding these websites' place in internet history. So, for example, like around the start of 2005 or so, like that was really the beginning of like the blog era. A lot of paleo blogs started coming up, and kind of taking the place, it seems, of people's attention, in the paleo community. So, of course, we've mentioned tetrapod zoology, but there was also Laylaps by Riley Black, the sauropod vertebra picture of the week, which also featured Darren Naish, among others. Love in the Time of Chasmosaurs, a very fun blog about vintage dinosaur art and other things. And I definitely remember this sort of shift in attention, because I mean, when I discovered tetrapod zoology, for example, like that was kind of the headquarters for me regarding paleo online, which is interesting because a lot of these websites either were kind of closing by that point, or they had just kind of like outgrown my interest. Like I definitely remember when I stopped going on Zoom Dinosaurs and all that much, because I had kind of outgrown the premise. Even though I look back on it now and like there's still a lot to like. But I'm also very curious about sort of like the relevance of a lot of these sites and how they may have been overswamped by other things as well. So I know Wikipedia has been around for a very long time. And nowadays that is a very, very constant presence in the paleo community, because there's now a dedicated team of individuals. I think it's the Wiki Project Dinosaurs is what it's called, where they're actively shaping these pages and curating them and just keeping them as up to date as they can. And I mean, they're very prolific. Like, a paper comes out, boom, it is right there on the page regarding that specific animal that the paper is about, or what have you. And like they're quick to like remove trolls or anything like that. So I've often wondered if there's a correlation with the rise in Wikipedia and sort of like the collapse of a lot of these online dinosaur encyclopedias. I mean, it gets to a point where you have, on the one hand, a website that is run by maybe one or two people that they can update, whenever they can,
Right.
versus this expansive, very democratic website where a bunch of people can come in and just add lots of information, and it's like simultaneous with the news. So I can imagine a lot of people would probably jump from those sites to using Wikipedia as like their source of information for dinosaurs, versus a lot of these other websites. And so I'm definitely very curious if we have like those kind of numbers, like if we have like the visitations for like certain websites like the Dinosaur versus Wikipedia, and whether there's like a dip or a rise that corresponds to each other. Definitely very curious about that. Yeah, what do you think, Albert?
Oh yeah, that's a great point about the rise of Wikipedia, and I would be very curious about that too. And I definitely do notice like some interesting patterns or observations like having put this time scale together. This is a there's a lot you could pick apart here for sure. I guess just speaking from my own personal experience of how my kind of internet development has changed over time, or like my interactions with the internet have changed over time. Definitely, I would say between the late '90s through most of the 2000s, I was more exploratory at that time. I would essentially just Google topics I was interested in or subjects I was interested in and see what pops up, and then I would kind of browse whatever websites the search engine pulled up. It was definitely starting in 2009 or so that I started actually participating in a lot more of these internet communities, like actually talking to other people in them instead of just reading as an observer. And and also just kind of leaving, I suppose you could say, internet footprint of my own, actually like uploading some of my own works onto the internet and putting things out there for people to consume and give feedback on. And it is really interesting to see like how that corresponds to the specific websites we've chosen to highlight in this episode, because like in 2009, let's see, so Zoom Dinosaurs had stopped updating. Dinosaur mailing list was around, of course. Dinosauricon had closed, and that's probably why I am a lot less familiar with it. Dino Data was around, and that's why I do have some memories of it. Descalosaurus.com was around. The Walking With website had been redesigned, but a lot of the old content was still there. Dawn of Time was ongoing. Speculative Dinosaur project had not updated in a while, but the website still existed. Parry and Carney, same. Walcott's Quarry was ongoing. Off-road Velociraptor Safari was available to play. Tyrannosaur Chronicles was ongoing as well. And I would just say, like, it's not just like stuff on the internet, but 2009 and 2010 happened to be really good years for paleontological science as well. Like if you go back and look at what specific papers came out during that time, there were some really major and influential finds that happened in 2009 and 2010. And so that really was a real golden age and a great time to kind of enter the community. I think I probably maybe kind of got lucky in that regard. But if you fast forward to say, like, let's say when I graduated college, which would have been in 2016, let's see what had changed since then. Well, Dino Data was still around, but I think at that point you might have needed to register to actually see a lot of the content that was originally like completely public. Descalosaurus.com had closed. The Walking With website had changed to its kind of less appealing redesign. Dawn of Time had ended, although the website was and still is around. Speculative Dinosaur project had gone offline. Walcott's Quarry had gone offline. Raptor Safari had gone offline. Tyrannosaur Chronicles had stopped updating, even though the blog is still around. And so, yeah, like even within that relatively short time frame, the whole kind of landscape had kind of changed quite substantially in many ways. And you can also see here that how clear the influence of some of these websites were to our webcomics, because you can see that we started doing our webcomics, or at least I started doing Raptor Maniacs in 2010, and that follows on like very shortly after some of these other comics started. So yeah, that kind of tracks. And it will be interesting to see kind of what happens next for Paleo Internet, because as we kind of mentioned before, we're expecting to see some pretty big paleo-relevant media projects dropping this year. Notably, of course, we mentioned Prehistoric Planet, which I suspect will make quite a big splash. But of course, there's also like the next Jurassic sequel. And so, will we see a new surge of interest in paleontology, and is that going to be reflected in like more people making websites again, like related to paleontology? It's kind of hard to say. We did mention like the ongoing trend of like personal, or at least very extensive personal websites, sort of now falling by the wayside and not being such a popular thing anymore. And blogs have kind of had their heyday as well. They obviously still exist, but they're a lot less common and a lot less popular than they used to be. So perhaps this time Paleomania will maybe take a different form. I kind of joked earlier that we only spend time on 3 different websites nowadays, and it seems that this kind of trend is likely to be reflected further. Like instead of people starting their own entire websites or blogs about paleontology, maybe we'll see more people doing YouTube channels or podcasts. But yeah, it's most likely going to be something different from this whole history that we have just described, and it'll be interesting to see what comes next. But with that being said, I've really enjoyed our look back at these websites because they obviously were very influential to certainly to us at least, and in many cases probably to a lot of other people too. And many of them were very informative, or they told very nice stories. So I think it's good to keep them in our memory, even if they aren't actively updated anymore or have been removed from the internet.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I think it's definitely important going forward as we are with our own website to accompany through time and clay. I think we feel that there is kind of still an audience for like these sorts of websites, and
Yeah.
we certainly hope that that comes to fruition and that it's able to provide a lot of help and influence to a lot of people now and in the future. So definitely look forward to those. So before we kind of close out here, there was one more thing that we kind of wanted to mention. If we go to the next slide. Um, so a couple of our very good friends had also had their ventures into the paleo community, and they had provided some very neat resources for a time, as well as like some fun, some kind of
Yeah.
fun new material that was definitely very relevant to the ongoing, conversations in paleontology. So we just have 2 of these listed here that we wanted to highlight and give a little shout out to. So the first is a Dinosaur a Day by our friend Meg Dixon, who's currently a PhD student at New Mexico State University. And yeah, as you can see here, an ongoing dinosaur encyclopedia. So literally every single day, Meg would go and write a post about a genus of dinosaur.
Yeah, including modern
And
birds, by the way.
yeah, that's right. We got to see like the plans for like the modern birds included, and like this was gonna go for quite some time. And like A would write about the etymology, when they lived, what they ate, the paleoecology, especially like what other dinosaurs and critters were living on at the same time, and it was very helpful. And it was also accompanied, especially in its second run, by a lot of very beautiful reconstructions of a lot of these animals by 3 of our friends as well, Ketz, Jack Wood, and Scott Reed. And so this was on Tumblr, by the way. This was a Tumblr blog. And yet it went through like 2 iterations until about 2019 when Meg decided to put it on hiatus due to, you guessed it, life getting in the way. But it was still definitely a really great project, and I certainly followed it very closely and gave as much support as I could. And it is still around. What's nice about these 2 blogs, which are also, they're both on Tumblr, is that they have not been removed, so you can go find them and you can read a lot of the posts about them. And the other one is Paleo Fail, and this is by our friend Haley Orlowski, who's a paleontology graduate at the University of Minnesota. And paleofail is just kind of like uh, um, I don't know if there's a term for these sorts of things where like you submit photos and they just post them there.
Right.
But it's basically like people would send in like awkward or inaccurate
Right.
or just bizarre reconstructions of dinosaurs or like text about dinosaurs and other fossil animals, and Haley would put them on the site for just a good chuckle.
Yeah.
I definitely remember a lot of them that really surprised me. Some are like really well known paleo fails,
Right.
and others like people were digging really deep into the literature or on like um, roadside attractions, for example, to find some of this stuff. So I definitely remember these being really great and exciting projects. And yeah, they both kind of started around 2013, and they are both technically on hiatus.
Yeah.
So like they're not. It's kind of like Chile and Yi.
Right.
Like they're not out of the woods yet, but right now there's other things going on. We'll put them on the shelf, and maybe they'll come back in some way, shape, or form. But definitely, I remember both of these very well, and I enjoyed them quite a bit. How about you?
Yeah, certainly. So kind of we kind of put these at the end here because they weren't necessarily very influential to like our personal formative experiences, but obviously they were very popular, and so it wouldn't surprise me if there are people out there who have been like greatly influenced or inspired by these two websites. They were huge. Like I think like a dinosaur a day had something like 18,000 followers or something. Which for a paleo blog is that's pretty damn impressive. And I know Paleo Fail also had like a ton of followers, like thousands and thousands. So yeah, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if 20 years in the future someone else does like a defunct paleo website review and they include these websites on there. Plus they were run by our friends, and so we kind of wanted to highlight them here. But just a little bit of fun trivia. I actually gave Haley the idea to start Paleo Fail, so that tells you something about my role in this. Yeah, it's good times. Now, before we really close off, I actually do want to give another shout out to a comic, a defunct comic that I used to read called Octometry, and I would have included it as like one of like. It's like giving it its own section in this episode if it weren't for a couple of things. So one of those things is that it wasn't technically a paleo-focused comic. It was biology-focused, and there were a number of individual comic pages that had to do with paleontology, but it was more like a general, maybe zoology, biology-focused comic. So it wasn't specific to paleo, and the comic I probably remember most and is probably still one of my favorite comic pages related to biology of all time is indeed one that is kind of a reference to a paleontological phenomenon, and that was basically it was someone complaining, when we show like animals colonizing the land, the evolution of land animals, how come it's always showing us a sequence from fish to human? Like, that is so vertebrate-centric. Why don't we do it with isopods or something? And isopods are a group of crustaceans that include, most famously, the woodlice or roly-polies or whatever else you might call them. They have a ton of different common names. So, of course, they are another lineage of animals that started out originally in the water. And indeed, today there are still some very interesting species that live out in the ocean, especially in the deep sea, that get very large, by the way. Eventually, some of them evolved to live on land, such as the woodlice that we are more familiar with. And so it shows like this alternative kind of portrayal of the evolution of animals onto land, but instead of using vertebrates, it actually had a panel showing the evolution of isopods from aquatic species to terrestrial species. And then you just see that, oh, wait, aquatic isopods and terrestrial isopods look almost the same. And so it doesn't really illustrate the concept quite as dramatically, and then the person speaking kind of rethinks it and it's like, oh yeah, I see now, that is kind of stupid, isn't it? Yeah, I really enjoyed that joke back when I read it. However, even though the website for Optometry is available on Wayback Machine, the problem is it didn't archive any of the images, so you can't actually go back and read the comics themselves. And so, oh man, I was so bummed by that when I realized. And so that was the other reason I didn't include it in it as an entry in this episode, because yeah, we couldn't get any of the original images, and also because it technically wasn't like paleo focused. However, I will mention that I was able to get in contact with the artist of the comic recently. And that was because when we were looking around on Wayback Machine, even though the images didn't load, I was able to access the About page where it mentioned the name of the artist and gave a brief biography. And so I was able to get in contact with them, and they actually sent me that original Isopod comic that I liked a lot. So yeah, thank you very much. And I will definitely keep it well protected on my hard drive and on several backups too. So thank you. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to Optometry there. But yeah, I guess other than that, we probably don't have too much else to add, do we?
No, this is really about the end of the episode. And so we definitely want to thank you all for, if you've made it all the way to the end. I hope we hope that this was a great nostalgic look through the classics of the internet. And yeah, who knows if we'll do another episode like this in the future. I mean, there are certainly plenty of websites that we didn't include.
Yep, indeed.
Please feel free to drop a comment if you have any memories of these sites, or if you have any other sites that you want to highlight and shout out. We'd love to hear about them and get some perspective on these as well, which is always helpful. But yeah, that's it for the show. So of course we'll go to our usual closeout here. We are on Patreon, so if you are interested in supporting us, you can go to patreon.com/timeandclades. Any donations at all will help us continue the series and develop new projects and expansions, which is always appreciative. At the moment, we have 4 patrons, of which all of them are at a tier where they deserve shout-outs. So we want to give a big thank you to my sister Julie, our good friends Alari and Denver, and our patron Paul. We appreciate it very much. And also we have our general acknowledgements, our good friends Henry and Alicia. We want to thank them for their contributions to the series. Henry, of course, is behind the amazing theme music that we open each episode with. And Alicia is behind the color scheme for Albert's Alvarezor avatar. So we always appreciate that. And yes, so we are on Twitter. We are at Time Clades, where we generally post updates, usually links to the newest episodes. But most likely you are watching us on our YouTube page through Time and Clades. And if you have any questions about the show, about the websites we talked about again, or just anything in general, really within reason, you can go send an email to us, timeandclades@gmail.com. You can comment on our YouTube page, or you can, leave us a message on Twitter as well. Anything absolutely works. And yeah, we don't really have references for this episode, but we just have a shit ton of links to all these websites. We'll definitely be sure to post them, as well as any additional materials. And maybe pages for the creators as well, so that way you can kind of do your own deep dive and nostalgic look like we did. It's a lot of fun. I really encourage it. But yeah, that is it for our episode today. Of course, we will certainly be back with our April news episode at the beginning of next month, most likely. And we are already in the process of making another review. This is a book review. We're not going to say what it is, but we will definitely mention that it is a very controversial book that has caused a lot of aches and pains and joys for a lot of people. So it is sure to be a very engaging and interesting episode, and we will definitely let you all know that comes. But for now, we'll just kind of leave it at that. So thank you all so much for joining us. We hope you have a wonderful day.
Indeed. Take care, everybody.